that with the next president coming in a couple of weeks or a week, I guess, that your administration, you suspect that if there's anything he'll do on day one to crack down? I think, maybe immigration comes immediately in mind, but are there things, is your administration making preparations for, any kind of day one, day two kind of action by the president on those issues?
We're trying to prepare ourselves for, what we cannot know that he will do on day one. And remember that this president-elect is known for pronouncing things and then never following through. He's also known for not pronouncing anything and then foisting it upon people without any warning. So it's very difficult to predict. Just because he says something on the campaign trail doesn't mean he's going to follow through on it. So we are doing the best that we can to try to predict the things that might happen, especially the things that would have the biggest negative impact on the people of the state of Illinois. Well, I'm worried about healthcare. I think that he is, and his Office of Government Efficiency, the people who were unelected and are just large contributors, making decisions about Medicaid, not officially going back on Obamacare, but changing the rules around Medicaid so that people would get excluded and we might have hundreds of thousands of people who would go without health care. So we're worried about that. How might we react to that? Exactly what that looks like, we don't know. But we're trying to, to think about those things ahead of time so that, if something happens like that, that we have some reactions. Yeah, all those things are, again, he's so unpredictable. And I know that the people who supported him think that, he's pronounced everything and he's going to follow through on everything, but that wasn't the case when he was president last time. I'm not suggesting he's not going to follow through. My biggest worry are the things he hasn't told us about. And now you're hearing about the possibility of, invading Greenland or Panama, and, these aren't things that directly affect the people of Illinois, although they affect the entire United States. But it's just an example of the unpredictability. Yeah.
Right after the election, there was a lot of talk about Trump-proofing Illinois and passing various measures to kind of combat what he talked about on the campaign trail. Can you talk about why we didn't see that during the lame duck and veto sessions? And is that still, I guess, maybe a broad legislative agenda going into the new General Assembly?
I want to be clear, I've never used the term Trump-proofing. This is, I think, the first time I've said those words out loud, Trump-proofing. But I do believe strongly that we need to protect, and I said this, I think it was misinterpreted by some to think that I was only talking about immigration, but that we need to protect the people of Illinois from the onslaught that we expect, some of which was articulated by Trump as a candidate. And I just mentioned, as we were talking about healthcare, one of my concerns. So, the talk about Trump-proofing, as you said, I would just say we have examined, a lot of the angles that we think that the administration will come at states, not just Illinois, but we expect that there will be some serious partisanship about which states they'll decide to do certain things in. I'll give you an example of ways in which we are trying to protect Illinois. You heard Vivek Ramaswamy talk about trying to revoke the federal electric vehicle loan related to Rivian. That obviously would not be good for Rivian and seems to have been generated by his partner in this government efficiency department, who is a competitor of Rivian. And all I can say is I'm all about, just as I am about protecting the people of the state, I'm about protecting the workers of the state and the companies of the state of Illinois. And so that's one way in which we've actually worked already to address concerns that I have about the new administration.
Related to other states, the governor of California said that the Trump administration's policies may actually erase potentially the surplus that the state is projecting. Yep. Illinois already is projected to have a $3 billion deficit. Do you think that that deficit could get bigger because of the incoming administration's policies?
Sure.
Is it because of things like Medicaid?
Yes. I mean, I could articulate more, but yes, of course. I mean, we don't know what they're going to do, and I mean, it's so unpredictable that we need to consider that as we're putting a budget together and debating it over the next 4.5 months or so. So yes, it is possible that will create another hole in the budget. There's not a specific thing that I can point to, though, because he hasn't taken office yet and we haven't heard, and I don't think it's just going to be a concern about what he says or does on day one. And so we're all going to have to be on guard for what the impact of that would be on the state of Illinois. But, you know, we've done a lot. I just want to remind you that we've had a challenge, you know, as governor, we've had a crisis virtually every year that I've been in office of some sort or another. When I first came in office, the budget was still in crisis, and we managed to balance it that year and balance it every year, even the year of 2020 when we saw revenues fall off a cliff. We cut $700 million from an existing budget to try to deal with it. Now, fortunately, the federal government came in and helped us to replenish that, but that's not the only crisis. I mean, the COVID crisis broadly. Then, of course, we had additional crises like the governor of Texas deciding to send 50,000 migrants to the city of Chicago, not to most other places, although a few other cities, but to the city of Chicago. And so each time, you know, and I've lived through challenges every year, and each time we've overcome those challenges. And I think this year, of course, we know that we have a gap that we need to fill or that we need to manage in order to have a balanced budget. And I'm confident that we will do that, but it is true that there's some unpredictable results that may come from Washington. Yes, Shia.
Governor, kind of on that same line, in Congress, Democrats are thinking a little bit about supporting some of what Republicans want for immigration. You have a Chicago alderman who's suggesting maybe changing the sanctuary city rule to work a little bit more with the federal government on identifying the criminals who are identified by Homeland Security, I guess, as being criminal immigrants. Do you have a red line? Are there things that you might be willing to work on, or you know, draw a line on?
Well, I think I've said very clearly a number of times now that convicted violent criminals who are undocumented in this country should be deported. That I think that's something that I think we all should agree on, that, you know, it's hard enough to tolerate somebody who is a U.S. citizen who commits a violent crime, but we do, of course, and we put them in prison and we try to rehabilitate them and so on. But someone who is not a U.S. citizen, entered this country without any documentation or permission, I mean, that people who commit violent crimes who are in that category shouldn't be here. That's an example of something that I certainly would work with any administration, and would say that to you that you know, to the extent that the Biden administration demanded such things, we would have worked and would work with them. Yes. Yes.
Obviously, Trump promised to pardon January 6th rioters. Yesterday, he went through with blanket pardons. What does this say, I guess, to law enforcement? What does it say to the rule of law and to lawmakers who are there?
Yeah, what used to be the party of law and order is now the party of chaos and disorder, and that stands against law enforcement. The people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th were attacking law enforcement, because that's who was there guarding the Capitol. And there are so many pictures and videos. If you don't know it, go look, because there were people who died, law enforcement who died as a result of the attack by those January 6th rioters. And he fomented that. You know, I was at the White House not very long ago with President Biden, and there's a room behind the Oval Office that he showed me which is the dining room when he wants to have lunch or dinner, in a private setting. People don't usually see this room. It's the room that the President Trump sat in for 3.5 hours watching TV as the January 6th rioters that he encouraged were attacking the Capitol. Sat there doing nothing. Like one of the most important institutions of our nation was under attack. And President Trump, who had the ability to stop it, did nothing for 3.5 hours, and people died. Thank you. Terrific. Happy to take any questions from members of the media. Tina. Question was about whether I've received any communication from the Trump administration about their immigration actions. None. And I think that's just more evidence of the chaos and confusion that they're trying to sow, and it's very disappointing. Yesterday, as you may have heard, there was an executive order issued that would suggest that President Trump is trying to get rid of birthright citizenship in this country. That's unconstitutional, what he issued, the executive order. And we will not follow an unconstitutional executive order, and we will follow the law in the state. Yes, Amanda. Let me begin by saying I'm continuing to do my job, and that's to protect the people of the state of Illinois, to lift people up, to make sure that we're passing and signing a Dignity and Pay Act, for example. And importantly, to make life more affordable for people. We got rid of the grocery tax in the state of Illinois. That was something that President Trump talked about. Not the grocery tax, but just lowering prices at grocery stores. And yet, in the flood of all of the proposals that he made yesterday, there was nothing that would lower costs. In fact, he proposed tariffs on goods coming into this country from Canada and Mexico, and is proposing having an entire department that's dedicated to tariffs. Well, guess who's going to pay for tariffs? So he is raising costs for people across this country, not lowering them. We're doing our job here to make life better for people in the state of Illinois. Yeah, Olivia. Yeah. Look, I don't know. They've not communicated with us, so we don't know when exactly those enforcement actions might take place. We have heard that they're targeting as many as 2,000 people initially in the city of Chicago alone. I don't know whether they'll effectuate that or how. And I want to be clear about what my position is and what the law is. If there are violent criminals who have been convicted of violent crimes, who are undocumented, they are supposed to be deported. That is the law of the United States and has been for quite a long time. I don't want them in my state. I don't want them in the country. If you're going to commit crimes and you're undocumented, you don't deserve to stay in this country. Now, as for undocumented people and residents of the state of Illinois, by the way, there are people who are discriminating against documented immigrants too in the process of all this. But we're talking about people who are paying taxes, who are not getting any services for those taxes when they're undocumented. They can't show themselves to get the services that other people who pay taxes would get. And these are people who have raised families in the United States, who are law-abiding, and often are the anchors of their communities. And I think we should think very carefully about what immigration means to this country. It is what we were founded upon. It is something that we should have comprehensive immigration reform in this country, and not simply have a president who is scaring people, forcing them out of their jobs because they're afraid to go to work. You go to 26th, go to Little Village, go to Pilsen. I was there yesterday. I was in businesses yesterday that were relatively empty because people are afraid to show up. Because even documented immigrants, even citizens who are from another country but now are citizens of the United States, have relatives who are undocumented, they're afraid. That is what this president is doing, and it's wrong. So, yes, Chris.
Governor, given all the events of the last 24 hours, did the president match his promise or his forecast of being dictator on day one?
What I know is that people across the United States are having their rights taken away. What I know is that people, vulnerable people across our country, are under attack as a result of this new administration. And I think it's frightening that right there at the inauguration, in the front row, were a bunch of, well, some people have called them oligarchs. These are the wealthiest people in the country who essentially Donald Trump, well, feels better about having them around than having ordinary Americans backing him up or standing with him. And I think it's just an indication of what this administration is really all about. It isn't about what he ran on. It isn't. And you're going to see over and over and over again what I think we saw when I was, governor when he was last president, which is he makes promises that sound good and doesn't deliver on the promises that are good for people, and then instead is actually effectuating policies that are either good for him personally and enrich him personally or his family, or are good for his friends and allies but bad for anyone else in the country. When you are a leader in this country, when you are a governor of a state, you're president of the United States, you have an obligation in office to fight for everybody that you represent, everybody on both sides of the aisle. Let's see, Isabel.
What is your take on sort of billionaires making nice with President Trump? Also, why would they be doing that? What is your opinion?
I didn't hear you. You said, sorry, what was the line about
Sorry, first,
billionaires? You said something about,
what is sort of bouncing off of what you just said?
yeah,
What is your take on billionaires sort of making nice with President
making
Trump?
nice. Mm-hmm. Why are these people making nice? They hope to become greater than billionaires. They hope to double what they already have. That is why they're making nice. That's all I can imagine. I mean, I maybe some of them have delusions of becoming dictators themselves. So I can't read between the lines of what it is exactly, but that's what I can imagine. And I was frankly disgusted when I saw yesterday at a presidential rally, not a campaign rally. This is a rally of the President of the United States. Elon Musk standing up and giving a Sig Heil, and then excusing himself for it by saying, well, he was just, putting his heart out to people. I think it's disgusting. It should be called out. The president should call it out, and Elon Musk owes an apology to the American people. Good afternoon. There have been a lot of conflicting reports and rumors today about the cuts issued by the Trump administration last night to programs that affect average Americans. I have spent last night and today speaking with leaders in Washington, local elected leaders, nonprofit organizations, and my agency heads to make sure that we are doing all we can to stand up for working families and the most vulnerable people in our state who are affected by these cuts. The United States Constitution clearly states that Congress has the power of the purse and sets laws to obligate federal funding for all 50 states. What Donald Trump tried to do in the last 24 hours is illegal. Let's be clear. This is a demonstration of cruelty against people who depend on us. Working families who rely on federal assistance to pay their rent, people who need help paying their utility bills, parents who need critical programs like Head Start for quality, affordable childcare, and 3.5 million Illinoisans who get their health insurance through Medicaid. Despite what the White House press secretary said at the podium earlier, I believe it is my duty to report to you the truth of what actually happened today in Illinois. Donald Trump's administration is lying to you. The White House's attempt to walk back what they did today does not match what we saw on the ground. They assured us that Medicaid would not be affected. That was a lie. Our state agencies were unable to access the Medicaid system until an hour ago, preventing payments for services. And this has been reported from states across the nation. When we reached out to federal agencies, they informed us that they have been directed not to discuss any guidance with states. They have canceled previously scheduled meetings for this week. The White House assured us that Head Start would not be affected. That was a lie. Providers across the state experienced outages, and some were unable to make their payroll. They assured us that they were doing nothing to take away individual assistance from the most vulnerable people in our state, but they refused to say that they would restore LIHEAP, the Low-Income Housing Energy Assistance Program, payments to support the unemployment system, and Meals on Wheels. These are programs that hundreds of thousands of Illinoisans depend on: children, seniors, veterans, working parents. Let's just be clear about what happened over the last 24 hours. At 7:42 p.m. last night, we saw a memo from the White House saying that they were pausing federal funding across the board. This morning, along with all 50 states across the country, we discovered that our ability to access critical federal funding had been cut off. And now the administration would like us to believe that these were just coincidental website outages. Donald Trump and his administration have not earned the benefit of the doubt. They are either lying to us or they are critically incompetent. This is what happens when you staff the federal government full of Project 2025 contributors that don't have any experience governing and don't think that the laws apply to them. The consequences of their actions are not hypothetical. They are not numbers on a spreadsheet. These are real people, ordinary Americans struggling to afford groceries, rent, and health care. Donald Trump promised to lower prices for average Americans his first week in office. Name one thing that he's done to accomplish that. Prices have gone up, not down. Let me say this in no uncertain terms. What the president is trying to do is illegal. Let me say that again. What the president is trying to do is illegal. I know these are challenging times, and the Trump administration is trying to confuse the American people. That's why it's so important that we speak plainly. I was very happy to hear as I entered this room today that an administrative stay has been granted. Let me assure you, the state of Illinois will fight this unlawful order with everything we have. We're working with the Attorney General, who has moved forward with other states to continue pursuing legal action to protect the people of Illinois. Last November, on the day after the election, I made a promise to the people of Illinois. When it comes to threats to our freedom, health, or security, if you come for my people, you come through me. And with that, I'd like to introduce our Lieutenant Governor, Juliana Stratton.
Hello, everyone. I am deeply disturbed by the actions that bring us together. The Trump administration has made an unquestionable declaration of where their values lie. This is an attack on the nation's most vulnerable populations to cut seniors off from food or strip access to health care from critical patients is a display of cruelty driven by the values of this new administration. If it feels like you are being asked to subscribe to a nation fueled by hate over hope and retribution over problem solving, you are not imagining things. Whatever you are feeling right now is justified. And because the actions taken today do not respond to the very real needs of everyday Americans, you're going to hear a lot of noise. Hear me when I say, no amount of backpedaling can override the truth they just dropped at our feet. This dizziness, this nausea, the panic, it's all intentional. It is not a mistake that websites are suddenly going dark just as people start to ask questions. This level of chaos was intended when President Trump and the people in his ear made these decisions. Let's stop ourselves from thinking in numbers and start thinking of faces. A family relying on federal utility support could go cold as soon as tonight. An expecting mother with an ultrasound scheduled tomorrow may still be wondering if Medicaid will cover that appointment. And a nonprofit in your community, meeting the needs of your neighbors, is about to conduct layoffs or close their doors completely. Someone you love will suffer because Trump's administration has chosen to trample on the United States Constitution and dishonor the promises made to the people who elected them. The comparison between what drives leaders across this country has never been laid out more clearly. Every year, since the Pritzker-Stratton administration stepped into office, we have clawed higher and higher out of the hole our predecessors dug. And year after year, Illinois has gotten stronger. Illinois is a resilient state, home to the most resilient people. We weather the harshest winters, and every spring we emerge more vibrant than we were at the first snowfall. But right now, we are standing in the middle of an Arctic blast, perpetuated by ego and a disdain for basic human decency. But we will not be buried, because we, your leaders, made a promise to stand up for each and every one of you, whether you agree with us or not. If you take nothing else away from today, take this. Donald Trump's administration has declared that their values are rooted in hate and the whims of a small few, but Illinois' values are rooted in compassion as we work to uplift every community and every person without discrimination. There is no hate in Illinois' heart. I cannot say the same for the White Houses. Elections have consequences, and they're playing out right before your very eyes. And with that, I'll pass it to Attorney General Kwame Raoul.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Last night, I had one of my staff members stay up most of the night drafting a lawsuit in conjunction with 4 other states who were contributing to the drafting of the lawsuit that will be filed today in Rhode Island. On behalf of Americans and all Illinois residents, I want to thank the governor and all the agencies that contributed to getting us the needed information for this action. The framers of our Constitution gave the power of the purse to Congress, not to the president. In our lawsuit, we allege that our Constitution, through the separation of powers in Article 1, Section 1, and through the spending clause, gives Congress alone the responsibility to approve the appropriation and spending of federal funds. including to the states. The executive branch does not have the authority under the Constitution or federal law to pause or impose conditions on federal funding when those actions are arbitrary and capricious or otherwise violate the law, including the Administrative Procedures Act. This freeze will have a devastating impact, as you've heard, but it will have a devastating impact on public safety, prosperity, and quality of life for all Americans, and certainly citizens in the state of Illinois. I want to state clearly that Democrats and Republicans alike will negatively be impacted by the pause in funding. It impacts our ability, our office's ability, to go after offenders who prey on our children, because it impacts our Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. That task force has enabled us to capture a record number of child predators. Since 2019, over 900 child sexual predators have been arrested. In addition, the freeze impacts burn JAG funding that undermines the work that our law enforcement partners try to do to fight crime. It impacts our ability to provide for our veterans who have served our country. Head Start and child care programs, devastating blow to research conducted by our universities and research labs. It takes away critical support to operations for agriculture. And, you know, we heard a lot about the price of eggs over the last few weeks. One of the things it impacts is the ability for inspectors to make sure that salmonella doesn't contaminate our eggs and creates a backlog. And Illinois is one of the major producers of eggs. So I don't want to hear Donald Trump talk about the price of eggs anymore. I don't know who's advising OMB on this act. I don't know if Dr. Phil is somehow embedded in OMB now. But I can tell you that on January 20th, we had a peaceful transfer of power. We had an inauguration, but it was not a coronation. Congress is given the power to appropriate. The executive branch cannot unilaterally disregard appropriations passed by a separate and equal house of government. While I am sincerely prepared to work with the new administration, as I did during the first Trump presidency, I will not stand silent while they try to impose unconstitutional mandates. And with that, I pass it back to the governor.
Thanks. Happy to take questions from members of the media. Yep. Olivia.
Governor, did you see any reports of like actual patients who were affected by the Medicaid issue today, or was it just kind of between the governments speaking to each other? And at what point would it start to affect patients?
Let's step back just for a moment and let me remind you that nothing that came in the memo last night would indicate that all of a sudden you'd have the systems going offline. And yet that's exactly what happened, because they intend to make cuts to these programs. That's why they went offline. Don't let them fool you that there was some kind of website outage. That's not what happened. And so when does this affect people? Well, every day we access the Medicaid system to get reimbursed for people's services that they get from their doctors. Every day. $104 million is what we would have gotten today had we been able to access it on time. And so it does affect us, and it affects people's ability to access services. And let me remind you again that their intention was not to pull it back online today. It's clear, right? You think it's an accident that the memo came out last night, and then this morning our state agencies like Medicaid could not access those systems. It's not an accident. The intention here is to disrupt. The intention here is to make cuts, and it will affect people all across our state. Yeah.
Governor, how does
Tina.
this impact your planning for your budget this year, what you've seen so far?
Yep.
We're entering 9. I'm sure that is there extra funding need for certain things, maybe more legal resources? How is it impacting that?
Well, as I've said, we don't know. We think that it may, and we're certainly thinking about how we will deal with that in the budget, but we don't know exactly. And that's one of the problems. Again, no communication. No communication. That memo actually wasn't to us, but it was posted online, so everybody could see it. And indeed, the actions that were taken today, no one was warned about. So we're not sure how we'll be affected, but we certainly are on guard.
You mentioned this.
Yes, Paris.
The judge has already put a stay on.
Yes.
Does that mean that all the grants, universities, hospitals have to go back into action? Is everything back up and running?
Well, the concern, I mean, I'd like to turn it over to our Attorney General, but the concern is that when you've got, the efforts by the administration to cut those off, and then a temporary, this is only essentially a temporary restraint. There isn't a TRO, but it's a stay. We don't know when that'll be lifted. We don't know what the action will be. And if you're a university and you're planning on investing in research or laboratory work, right, do you start doing it now, not knowing if a week from now that temporary stay will be lifted? But I'd like to turn it over to the Attorney General.
That was actually
My law degree came in handy.
exactly right on point. And let's be clear, we are not party to that action in the district court in Washington, and so we don't control what may go one way or the other with that. The action that we and 21 other states are joined into is in Rhode Island, and it is temporary stay, as the governor pointed out, and the unpredictability that's caused by this. And I can tell you, I started my day out at a higher education institution. Everybody's up in arms about this because you rely on predictability of what you will be able to spend throughout the year.
Yeah, and just to remind you that, if you're a doctor and you take Medicaid patients, which we want doctors to do, now you don't know if you're going to get reimbursed, and you don't know when that'll be lifted and when you're going to get paid. And we don't want to go back to the days of Bruce Rauner when people waited nearly forever to get paid.
Governor Pritzker?
Yes.
You stated
You're in the wrong press conference room, aren't you? Haven't seen you here before. Welcome. Yeah.
You stated that Donald Trump has broken the law, and then you repeated that.
Yep.
You just mentioned that you are an attorney. Please tell me, what is the statute that is broken?
Well, as I say, by the way, the court has recognized that he does not have the authority to stop what is a congressional mandate, a congressional law passed, signed by a previous president, been in law for many, many years, Medicaid, for example. He doesn't have the ability to stop them. So that is what's illegal.
Slightly off topic, but on the topic of the legals, there are over 400,000 illegal aliens, migrants in the state of Illinois, the city of Chicago. Many of them have committed crimes, have detention orders. Essentially, as long as I can remember, due to the sanctuary city, now the sanctuary state, and of course your Safety Act, essentially we have a revolving door of criminals committing heinous crimes, the most heinous of crimes. And I'm wondering, you were on CNN, you said that you wanted violent criminals to be removed from the state of Illinois. Are you going to hand over the list of repeat violent illegal alien offenders to Tom Homan?
To be clear, people who are being held in our jails and prisons, we do not have a record of if they are undocumented or not. We don't keep those records. Hang on, the judge, that is not how a court system works. That's not how a corrections system work. When a judge sentences somebody, they are remanded to the Department of Corrections. We have their name, the sentence, we have the offense that they committed, and we keep them in our prison. And by the way, you don't want us to let them out of prison. When they do finally get out of prison, if there is a warrant, or while they're in prison, if a federal official shows up with a criminal warrant to pick them up, we hand them over. That's how it works. Look, we have worked with the federal government for many, many years in the state of Illinois to apprehend violent criminals, criminals of all sorts. We have task forces that work between the Chicago Police Department, the state of Illinois, the state police of Illinois, federal officials at the FBI, for example, right? That we work together to take guns off the streets, to take drugs off the streets, to go after gangs. And we continue to do that every day. So that is work that continues. And you should go back and read the Trust Act because it doesn't say what you are alleging it says. Yeah.
Counting several $1 billion worth of federal funding that is already kind of baked into the 5-year analysis that your administration put out in November. I mean, there's about $4 billion, each year that roughly you get from the federal government.
Yeah.
So with the deficit already projected, are you counting on that federal?
We're relying on the law, which says that, no, I mean, really, this is every year we know this is the way we make projections. This has happened not just under Joe Biden or Donald Trump, but for many, many years in the past, right? If there is federal funding that is to come to the states, Medicaid is an example of it, we know what we will get from the Medicaid system when we submit those bills.
Given the uncertainty now, how are you planning on?
You can't. And as I said to Tina just a few minutes ago, we don't know exactly. We don't know what the impact on our budget will be. We're certainly trying to determine what contingencies we need to make. But right now, we're assuming the law will be followed. We're assuming the courts will follow the law. And so we've built that into the budget, but nothing more. Yeah, Shia.
Do you have like an action plan, knowing that this could be ongoing? Like, do you have a team looking at what happens if?
Well, this is less than 24 hours old, so I appreciate your giving us credit for being able.
This would be coming.
Not quite like this. This was literally, this memo that came out last night was something quite sweeping. Now, could you imagine that they would go after the programs that they're going after? Sure, but certainly not all at once, which is what they've done. And we've seen it across the country. I've talked to governors, I've talked to other federal elected officials. No one expected this. Yeah.
Can I ask you this, though? Other than legal challenges, what really can you do? As the Lieutenant Governor mentioned, elections have consequences.
Yeah.
And he has a majority in the House and the Senate. So other than complaining, what can you do?
Well, again, we can make sure that we're following the law, which we always do, and that the federal government is following the law when it comes to the state of Illinois. So that's most of what we can do. I think the rest is we've passed laws in the state of Illinois to protect people, and we'll continue to look for ways to continue to focus in on the things that are most threatened, and where they are threatened, we will take action.
Discretionary funds.
Wait, I'm sorry, I want to get somebody who hasn't.
Governor, several of the
Yes.
nonprofits that rely on this funding said that they've received questionnaires from the federal government asking a very specific question on how they use this funding, whether they use it to support the documented, whether it supports abortion. Should these programs, these leaders of these programs, should they be concerned? What message does it send that these types of questions are being asked of these nonprofits?
Well, first of all, I would ask the question, does the law suggest that the federal government has the ability now to impose new restrictions by virtue of the questions that may be asked? I don't know the answer to because I don't know which agencies you're talking about, but I do know that they should make sure that they have a good attorney. Unfortunately, I think what the Trump administration is doing is a full employment act for lawyers. And the fact is that we need to protect the agencies that are serving the people of Illinois, so we're going to do everything that we can in Illinois to protect them. Yeah.
Can you clarify, have you been in contact with the administration? Have they reached out to you? Have you reached out to them and just not heard anything?
I think I said earlier in my remarks that when our agencies reached out to the federal agencies, we literally were informed that they are not to speak with us. Yeah. Yes.
Explain how the Head Start program and the child care centers here in Illinois are going to be affected.
Yeah. So I don't know how they'll be affected in the future. I can tell you what happened today and therefore what could happen. Today, there were several agencies, Head Start agencies, that would not have been able to pay their payrolls. And indeed, one of them informed us that if they couldn't get paid by the end of the day, that they might have to close their doors and lay everybody off. So, look, we know from the pandemic that our child care system across the country is fragile. And if you take 1 day, 1 week, 1 month away from those payments, away from those agencies, they will likely close because they're on the edge. Remember, a lot of the agencies that provide these services don't have a balance sheet. So they don't have a bank account they can go to and rely upon while they're waiting to get paid. We saw that once again in Illinois under the previous governor when there were 2 years without a budget. We saw lots of agencies close and they sometimes never reopen. So the danger is very, very high.
Governor, can you talk about the impacts of higher education, how you're planning on watching out for it assuming this does go through?
Again, we have contemplated what might happen, and I think you saw today that there were a couple of universities that have stopped some of the programs that they were planning to go forward with. Again, not because they were in violation of law, but because they've been threatened now by the President of the United States and his administration unlawfully. But they are concerned that, waiting for a judge to finally make a decision might be devastating for a university. So we're going to do everything we can to protect them, but there are some things, we cannot make up for billions of dollars of Medicaid that might be taken away from the state of Illinois. We cannot make up for hundreds of millions of dollars that might go to universities or might be taken away from our state universities. So I'm concerned, deeply concerned.
This will be the last question.
What is your contingency plan, though? I just really want to understand. We've got like 2 or 3 weeks left to the budget, so there must be something that you can tell us in terms of the steps that the state is taking to address some of this.
Look, you saw that that COVID-19 you couldn't plan for. And yet, months into a fiscal year, we had to make significant changes in our budget. We had to make cuts to deal with what we saw were deteriorating revenues to the state, right, because of COVID-19. We made $700 million of cuts to deal with that in 2020, 2021. We may have to do that in this budget, this coming budget, or in the current budget year. We just don't know. And so when you say contingency plans, it's not like there's some, magic money that's sitting in, buried under the governor's mansion or buried under the Capitol. There just isn't. We'll do what we need to do when the time comes, but we certainly are evaluating what that challenge might be and how we might overcome it. But I don't have an answer for you today. Again, 21 hours after we've been informed.
Thanks, everybody.
Yep, thank you.
Sorry, gotta go.
Take any questions from members of the media? Yes, Shia.
Sorry to deviate off topic a little bit. Do you interpret that lawsuit by the DOGE against Illinois as an attack on you or Democrats, or is it because ICE needs more help in what they're doing in deportation efforts?
I think it's a massive effort to distract from what they are doing across the country to take away things that working class, middle class people, families, the most vulnerable really need. Maybe they, as they come and try to attack the state of Illinois, and that's what they're doing, the lawsuits are against laws on the books in Illinois. I mean, unlike Donald Trump, we follow the law in Illinois. Now, maybe they put up with this kind of garbage in Florida, which is the home state of the head of the DOJ. But in Illinois, we have grit, we are tough, we are strong, and Donald Trump has no idea what he's up against when he attacks Illinois. So we're here, we're gonna stay here, we're gonna keep fighting for lowering costs on people, on building up jobs, on holding back the tariffs, whatever we can do to make this a great state. We're going to continue to do despite what they may be doing to attack, again, working families across our state.
At the same time, Governor, you're going to perhaps see cuts to funding, and maybe it'll end up in the courts, but you might get a short-term impact of keeping those funds away from the state.
Yeah, they can break the law. That's true, but that won't last, at least not in this country. If you follow the Constitution, if you follow the law, it won't last. And by the way, they've been sued, I don't know, what, 4, 5, 6 times over the last 10, 14 days, and they've lost every one of them that's been decided so far. So, yeah, again, the announcement that was made was temporary pause on funding, but think about what they're pausing funding about. They're the very things that keep our state and our city safe, right? They want to take away and pause funding for programs that allow our law enforcement and federal law enforcement to work together to fight crime, to attack the drug cartels, to go after the gangs on our streets. That's what they're going after. And, this is a party that claims that they're, supporters of law enforcement, but not when you're taking money away from them. And I should also point out that when you've pardoned a bunch of January 6th perpetrators who attacked police, that's not making anybody safer in the state of Illinois. When you are firing thousands of FBI agents, when you're shutting down the CIA, getting rid of, frankly, people who are trying to keep our country safe, that's not making anybody safer in Illinois or across the country. So that is what they're doing. We're gonna fight like hell for the safety and security of people in Illinois. They're going to lose if they try to pause this funding for any longer than a few days. And of course, we have some of the great lawyers, including our Attorney General, who's out there in the courts making those cases. Donald Trump is lying to you. Here's the truth. It's simple. Tariffs are a tax on Americans. When you buy something, you pay the tariff, not some foreign country. Trump's tariffs will raise the price on things like tomatoes and prescription medicines, electronics, toys, and more. Grocery prices are rising because of Trump's tax. New car prices are rising because of Trump's tax. Beer prices are rising because of Trump's tax. And he has no plan for what happens next. He doesn't care about the farmer who relies on machinery from Canada to operate their farm, or the small business owner who needs supplies from Europe, or the parents who need to feed their families every day at a reasonable cost. While Trump is causing higher prices in Illinois, lowering the burden on working families is what we're all about. We've eliminated the grocery tax and raised the minimum wage. We lowered income taxes on workers and erased medical debt for nearly 300,000 Illinoisans, with more to come. And while we can't combat every part of Trump's tax, it's a start. Protecting Illinoisans from the economic hardship Trump is imposing is one of my most important missions as your governor.
All right, so Monday, it will be 1 year till the primary. Your name's going to be on that ballot because you're also heading, I see, one more time to New Hampshire. There's also talk of Ramamet. Could we have 2 Illinois politicians running for president next year?
There's a lot mixed up in that question.
I'm
not sure. I think you're asking me if I'm running for re-election, and I have not made a decision or an announcement about that. As you know, I promise you will be among the very first to know. Along with, yeah, exactly. I didn't want to leave you out or you out. And I'll just say, look, whatever it is that I'm doing a year from now, or whatever announcements get made over the next bunch of months, I will be in this fight. I will be in this fight. I have always been, as you know, an active, participant in issues that matter to me. And the Trump presidency is attacking virtually everything that I believe in. So whether I'm in office or I'm not in office, what office I am serving in, I will always be in this fight.
According to Linda McMahon, the employees are going away, but not the funding. Do you believe her?
We'll see. I mean, well, let's listen to and watch the Republicans in Congress, because she may be saying that, and we see that Donald Trump tends to say things, and they turn out not to be true at least 50% of the time. And so you don't know really what they're trying to accomplish, except if you listen to members of Congress, they're fine with taking away the funding from the Department of Education. But if they don't, great, send us the dollars. We'll make sure that our kids are receiving the kinds of programs and services that are necessary. But I think every child in the United States should have a standard by which we all live by, right? One of those standards is that every disabled child should be able to get an education, that every one of the kids who qualifies should be able to go to college. And it looks to me like they're trying to at least diminish it by a significant amount, if not do away with it altogether. Yes, Marianne, hi.
All right, so the words were wrapped up today, bootlickers, DOGE bags, but why? And then also, a bit of a follow-up. You answer that first.
When Donald Trump and the people that he appoints tear down the Department of Education, when they take away funding, which is their goal, from kids across this nation who deserve to be able to get a good public education, and in particular from some of the most vulnerable people in our society, and we're talking about people who are disabled, people who have special needs, special education. When you take away 10 to 12% of the funding for education across this nation, you're damaging what we can do for our people here in the state of Illinois. Parents, students, we're all about lifting everybody up. If the federal government's not going to be part of that, truly they are going to damage the future of the people of Illinois and the future of this nation.
How do you adjust your budget for your education budget if you're losing those funds?
Look, you're talking about billions of dollars that they're trying to take away, right? In the case of Illinois, it'd be about $3.5 billion that they would take away. That is not something the state of Illinois can replace. It just isn't. And don't forget, and Becky Pringle mentioned it just a moment ago, they're also going after Medicaid. And those are two things that kids in our public schools rely upon, the funding that comes from the federal government for education and Medicaid funding. 50% of the funding for Medicaid comes from the federal government. There's no way the state of Illinois can write a check for what will be more than $10 billion, perhaps $15 billion to replace it. We're going to have to obviously do whatever we can on the state level if this becomes the eventuality. But what we're doing now is standing up, speaking up, fighting back, and making sure that if at all possible, we will keep them from damaging public education in this country.
Thanks. Joe Perdigone with The Bulwark. Given the dissatisfaction with how Democrats handled the funding fight last week, what did you think of that, and how would you advise them to act for the next crisis, let's say the debt ceiling, which is expiring later this year?
Well, I put out a statement that morning before the vote encouraging the Senate to vote down the CR. We have to take any opportunity when we're not in the majority. We have to take any opportunity where we have leverage in order to stand up and fight. Now, it's not fight to no end. What do you use that fight for? It's to get compromise from this ridiculously, quiet Congress that goes along with whatever Donald Trump and Elon Musk are telling them. And so we've got to use those opportunities whenever they come about. And there was a prime one. It's probably the first that I can think of where there was a real opportunity for us to stand up and speak out and to protect the people who we stand up for. I'm disappointed about what happened. I want to commend one of my senators, Tammy Duckworth, who I called to ask her how she was going to vote, and she said, "My vote is hell no." I love her.
Over here. So I'm going to ask one more question, then we'll take questions from the audience, and we'll take questions both our in-person audience and our online audience as well. I think just to switch it up a little bit, I think there's a big, robust debate right now about how to fight, when to fight the Trump administration. So I think it would just be great for you to tell us how you as a governor can fight, how your attorneys generals, the attorneys generals are fighting, your attorney general's fighting. How are you engaged in pushing back?
So, we have a terrific delegation that we sent to Washington from the state of Illinois. Unfortunately, Congress is dysfunctional, and so dysfunctional now because people are just cowed by this administration. They're concerned about being primaried, or they feel some threat, and they're either laying low. They're certainly not taking up their responsibilities in Congress to frankly, to do what Congress is supposed to do with regard to the other branches of government. So this is, for a governor, right, I can't affect federal laws. There's only so much that I can do to push back from a legal perspective. We can go to court, and we are, and we have. And I'm fortunate because I've got a terrific Attorney General, Kwame Raoul, who's been part of many of the suits that, in fact, so many of these suits have been successful, and he's been a part of them. And that's great, but we shouldn't have to rely upon that. That's just where we are in this world. The pushback that I can offer is, first, do the best I can to run a state that is really all about working people and the most vulnerable. But second, I've got a bully pulpit. I'm the 5th largest state in the United States, the 5th largest economy, the 18th largest economy in the world if we were an independent country. Sometimes I think maybe we should become an independent. No, I'm only kidding. But the 18th largest economy in the world. And so the bully pulpit that I get as governor gives me the opportunity at least to speak to what I think that our common American values are. And we are the center of the country, the heart of the country, where we are in the state of Illinois. We also have a state that is most reflective of the population of the entire United States. If you look at the demographics of Illinois, it looks like the demographics of the country. So it gives me the opportunity to talk about what I think is happening in the country and the dangers that I think we're facing. And just as somebody who led the building of a Holocaust museum, whose family survived the pogroms in Ukraine by escaping to, at that time, the only place in the world that would really take them in, which is the United States. I cherish the freedom and the security that this country offers to people, and not just for immigrants, for all of us who live here. I'm, 3 generations away from the immigrants who came here not speaking English, and I still believe that it's the greatest country in the world, and that we have to protect the freedom, the security, the leadership that this country has established in the world, and I see it all being taken away. Little by little, it feels like more and more every day, and we're only roughly 60 days into this administration. So I worry terribly. I have sounded the alarm. I will continue to sound the alarm. People are responding. I think that's it's happening. It doesn't feel ever like enough yet, and I wish that there were more people, more elected leaders, more community leaders who will step up and speak up. There are a lot of people who are afraid, a lot. I sat in a room of CEOs of businesses, not Illinois businesses, but these were nationally known businesses and other senior leadership of those companies. And they essentially said they're afraid to raise their heads, that they'll get shot at, so to speak, by the Trump administration. So they're kind of laying low, even as they see everything under attack. And I mean, in some cases, I think it's shameful. Mm-hmm. They have power to push back. And I actually think that Trump would listen to that power because those are people he listens to. But they're afraid. And so the rest of us, we can't be afraid. If you're willing to stand up, to step up, to speak out, you have to do it. And even if it means, whether you're showing up at a town hall meeting or you have one in your district at all, you've got a telephone, 202-224-3121. That's Congress's number. You can reach your congressman or senator. And you can also gather people in your community and make sure that your voice is heard. We need to do that. That is what we have. That is all Democrats have right now at the federal level, is our ability to speak up and speak out.
Just when you join the dots of the press under attack and the deportations, Trump effectively ignoring court orders, crackdowns on protests on university campuses, and the fear being instilled, the obeying in advance. How worried are you that this country is sliding towards authoritarianism?
Well, I would commend you to listen to the last 10 minutes of my State of the State speech, because I talked about that very thing. The I am deeply concerned about the slide that we're in, and I mentioned the pogroms and the Holocaust because those are personal experiences. Not the Holocaust, the pogroms are a family experience. I built a Holocaust museum. I mean, I have grown up understanding that, not just minorities, but, large swaths of people can be under direct attack in an authoritarian regime, and they will use the majority, lie to the majority, use propaganda in order to foment an attack. And that is currently the case. We're all seeing the well-orchestrated videos of the raids to take immigrants to this country, some of whom are legal immigrants to the United States, some of whom are U.S. citizens, to take them away and to justify it by saying, well, there are Venezuelan gang members, which I guarantee there are. And for God's sakes, let's take people who are violent criminals, convicted violent criminals, and let's remove them from this country if they are here and undocumented, right? But when you're doing a sweeping raid, and by the way, on day one, where did they come? Chicago. Who did they bring with them? Dr. Phil. I'm not exaggerating. They brought Dr. Phil to Chicago with his new online TV, channel. And why did they do that? Because they wanted to get the most amount of attention to what they were doing, not because they wanted to effectuate actually going after violent criminals who are undocumented who should be deported, but rather they wanted people to see that, they're doing something. And so they'll just take sweeping hundreds of people and take them out of the country. So, look, you mentioned a lot of things, and, the defying court orders is a whole other topic of conversation, hugely important, again, what authoritarian regimes do. But here's the thing you all ought to do is, if you haven't already read about Orban in Hungary, go read about what he did steadily, not that slowly, to put the noose around that country. And Donald Trump admires Orban. And I believe he and his team have learned from that and are replicating that. Who would be doing it. But I was reading the paper this morning. I know people are concerned about the future of the Democratic Party and concerned about what direction we're going. And I thought I wanted to share with all of you the headline that I read this morning, which is, Democratic leaders stand real still in hopes that no one will notice them. That, of course, was a headline from The Onion. Luckily, CAP has long been a bulwark, developing better policies for working people. And in these first 2 months of President Musk's administration, you've stepped up. CAP has really done an amazing job of building a reputation for many years, but putting it to good work and good use just over the last, 60 days. So thank you. Boy, oh boy, do we need you, and keep going. I got into this work for much the same reason that many of you probably did. Policy at its core is the result of choices that we make about the kind of world that we want to live in. What kind of future do we want? In Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 20, we're commanded justice. Justice shall you pursue. Justice. And I was taught by my parents that when you see injustice, you don't look the other way. You do something to right the wrong. But the meme lords and the minions in the White House conceive of themselves as kings and nobles who have the divine right to order the world in a way that best suits them and their fellow kleptocrats. People's lives are a game to them. I really think that's how they think. During Donald Trump's first term, when COVID was running rampant, we governors begged him to help us. Begged. The President of the United States has the unique power to invoke the Defense Production Act. It's a law designed to ensure the supply of materials and services for national defense during crises. We needed masks and ventilators to save people's lives that were dying in our hospitals. And U.S. companies were price gouging, and I called many of them myself and talked to the CEOs. They were price gouging state and local governments, police and firefighters, hospitals and clinics. He could have fought for us. He really could have. Instead, he made self-serving deals. He would send life-saving equipment if only we would agree to praise him on the Sunday talk shows. That is literally a deal that he put in front of me. I was desperate. My hospitals were filling up, and time was of the essence. So I agreed that I would do that if he sent me what we needed. Because my job at the time was to do virtually anything to get the White House to help us save lives. Needless to say, he never delivered for us. He never delivered for the American people. And Donald Trump proved who he really is in that critical moment. Is it incompetence or is it treachery? Which one? In 2025, he's proving it's both. Americans are experiencing the cruelty that comes with authoritarian rule. Donald Trump has handed over the reins of power to Elon Musk and his fellow DOGE bags so that they can find trillions of dollars that they need to give themselves a massive tax break. Think about that. What Musk and Trump are doing isn't about efficiencies or about cost savings. It is about cruelty. They're intentionally breaking the system and giving themselves the authority to rebuild it in their own interest. They've shut down cancer research and investments in cures for diabetes and Alzheimer's. They've eliminated safe drinking water regulations and allowed companies unfettered ability to pollute the air their employees and all of us breathe. Homeless veterans have lost the support that they were getting to rebuild their lives. Seeing a doctor at the VA hospital has now become a luxury for them. Tariffs designed to help pay for tax breaks for the wealthy have now raised taxes on the middle class and working class. The price of tomatoes and lettuce and beer at the grocery store is up. And people are literally smuggling eggs across the border from Mexico because they can't find them or they're not affordable at their local grocery stores. And congressional Republicans are aiming at eliminating health care coverage for working families. It's a foregone conclusion unless the Senate Republicans defy Trump, and there's a fat chance of that happening. There's no grand master strategy to improve the lives of everyday Americans. This is true villainous cruelty by a few idiots who are trying to figure out how to pull off the scam of their lives. They're armed with the power of the presidency, and their sights are aimed on working people, many of whom voted for them, never imagining what this would turn out to be. Here we are. Things are bad, and they're getting worse. They're now openly acknowledging that there will be a recession or stagflation, and they think that's okay. They're trying to sell it. If you're living paycheck to paycheck and you can't pay your bills, a recession will be devastating for you and for your family. But Elon Musk is okay with you experiencing economic pain. This is all cruel, incompetent recklessness. And 60 days in, the signs are there. It's already pissing off everyday Americans. And here's where Democrats have to be honest with ourselves. Donald Trump didn't just ride into power on the backs of oligarchs who wanted tax cuts so badly that they were willing to throw a record stock market into the toilet for them. No, a number of Americans, 49.8%, went to the ballot box agreeing with Democratic positions on the issues most important to their lives, and they picked the other guy. Democrats are the party whose policies are all about working families. We know this. This is CAP, after all. You guys write white papers about this. But when there's a disconnect between Democratic policies and people's recognition of those policies, we lose. If we want to regain the trust of the voters that we stand for, Democrats have to deliver. For sure, we have to call out the BS that Republicans have been selling. But meanwhile, Democrats have to make people's lives better. Now, I'm from Illinois. And when I won my first election, it was clear on day one that we had a government infrastructure that had withered from neglect and a lack of public trust. The state of Illinois government had been withering away. For decades, Illinois politicians underfunded schools and pensions and passed budgets with unsustainable deficits. But over the past 6 years, we've focused on fiscal responsibility. We've been lifting up working families and addressing social and economic justice. Democrats in Illinois have been steadily delivering on making life easier and more affordable. We've expanded child care, and we've enacted a universal preschool program. We've canceled $300 million of working class and middle class families' medical debts. And we've lowered the cost of prescription drugs. We've made college more affordable, and we've expanded financial aid by more than 75%. More kids are going to college tuition-free in Illinois than ever before. We eliminated the state tax on groceries. We lowered taxes on 300,000 small businesses, and we enacted a child tax credit. Now, I'm a businessman, and I'm the first one to tell you that government shouldn't be run like a business. But one thing I'm pretty good at is attracting new investment and jobs to our state. Illinois is now #2 in the nation for corporate expansions and relocation destinations. That wasn't the case 10 years ago or 20 years ago. We enshrined protections for reproductive rights 2 years before DOGE. And we banned book bans. And we've made sure that the history taught in our schools is more honest and accurate, not less honest. I believe that the only way to govern is by delivering the big things that help people. And it's making it so that people who need to can afford a home and childcare, making enough money so that they don't have to work their whole lives. They can actually retire. It means making it easier to get an education, to start a small business, become financially stable. And yes, in this day and age, it means fighting for all of that while defending what it means to live in a constitutional republic. This moment is hard. I don't dispute that. But there's clarity in being on the side of human decency and kindness. It means that when challenges arise, you have something to hold on to, a vision to anchor to, a hope to fight for.
What steps is Illinois taking to minimize the effects of the tariffs? Do you have a plan?
Well, we can't, look, the state of Illinois doesn't have foreign policy or foreign trade policy that's, that can match what the federal government can do. And indeed, I joke sometimes that, our only foreign policy is how we're going to relate to Indiana, Missouri, Wisconsin, and Kentucky, and Iowa. And my concern is to do everything that I can to protect the businesses and the people doing business in the state of Illinois. And I'll use every power that I've got. But again, foreign trade is not one that we have literally on the subject of the taxes, the tariffs that the president is putting on working class people and middle class people. I can't control those things, but we'll do everything we can to protect the people of Illinois from the effects of them to the extent we can.
What kind of specific how to protect business?
The federal government has now blocked access to income-driven repayment programs, putting millions of borrowers in financial limbo. They've dismantled the Department of Education and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, letting fraudsters and predatory lenders turn a profit at the expense of working people. They've threatened public service loan forgiveness for nurses, for firefighters, for law enforcement officers and teachers. Think about that. They're ripping off the frontline heroes who serve our children and our neighborhoods and our communities. And if that weren't enough, they're planning to start shaking up ordinary working people by garnishing their wages and Social Security benefits to collect on defaulted loans from those who are struggling to make ends meet. 1.6 million Illinoisans have student loan debt, 13% of our state's population. They're striving for the American dream. If you work hard, you get an education and contribute to society, you can get ahead. Or at least that's what it's supposed to be. And just when people are actually doing that, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are pulling the rug out from under them. We cannot let education become, well, only available to the elite who can afford it. And let's be clear, we need well-trained doctors and nurses and teachers and civil engineers and social workers and so many others. When we open up pathways to education for all, it makes our communities stronger and we all do better. Eric, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very proud to be here to stand alongside borrowers and educators and students and advocates and our fearless Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton standing up for the students of Illinois. We're here to send a clear message to the federal government and Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the rest. Keep your hands off of our students' education. Education is a crucial part of the American dream. From the earliest days in kindergarten to quality, affordable higher education, we are here advocating for a pathway to a better life for all. It's already too unavailable, unaffordable, and inaccessible for too many people. Now, in the White House today, we have a wannabe king and his billionaire buddy, putting it further out of reach for working families across the nation. The White House is on a slash and burn campaign when it comes to higher education, cutting federal services, laying off employees, and sending our students into financial turmoil, all for the crime of wanting to work hard to get an education. But the American public won't let them get away with it. I want to thank our hosts, Keeley Fletcher and the University of Illinois Chicago community, our partners, Eric Doris of Young Invincibles, Project on Predatory Student Lending, Hope Chicago, for all that they're doing and the support that they're lending to protect students and borrowers. And most importantly, up here with me today, Heike, Paul, Lucinda, and Gabby, you're going to hear from 4 student borrowers who are sharing their stories with us today. You'll hear from them firsthand about how the incompetence, the chaos, and the cruelty of the Trump administration is hurting working Illinoisans. There are borrowers all across the state of Illinois with stories just like theirs. These are people who worked hard to get an education, who followed the rules and worked to repay their debt. And now, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are hanging them out to dry to help pay for the tax cut that they intend to give to the wealthiest Americans.
Governor,
yes, sir.
In New Hampshire, you said
Welcome.
voters want a fighter. Voters also want honesty. We're now seeing new evidence documenting the decline of President Biden when he was in the White House. In 2022, not far from here, I asked you about signs of his cognitive decline. You said you were happy to support him as president. In 2023, I asked him if younger Democrats should challenged him in a primary. You again said you were happy to support him for president and said so again in July of 2024. Do you wish now that the Democrats had held a more open primary that he hadn't run, or do you think that voters deserve an explanation from you on why you defended him for so long?
I realize, Mark, welcome. Welcome back. I realize that reporters who are covering the wide world want to go back and relitigate what happened in 2024 and examine every little thing. And there's a book that came out that's suggesting that there was cognitive decline. Look, all I can tell you is every interaction I had with President Biden demonstrated to me a man who has more empathy than any other president that I've known in my lifetime since I was born. And somebody who has done quite a lot in 50 plus years of service, working in the public interest, and has accomplished so much. And frankly, when we look back at those 4 years, everybody has different opinions and maybe voted differently, voted for him or against him, but a whole lot was accomplished in a very, very difficult time. I'll just remind you that in 2020, I've said this publicly before, and it actually appeared in a book, that I called President Trump in 2020 to ask him for help. This is at the very beginning of COVID-19, and we had people going into the hospital in droves, and we were starting to see deaths. I called President Trump, and I asked him for help, and asked him for 2 million N95 masks, and I asked him for 4,000 ventilators. And I also asked him to invoke the Defense Production Act, which would allow us to bring down the cost of those items and keep those items in the United States that were being manufactured here. Because I had talked to companies that were selling them to the highest bidder all over the world and not selling them to their neighbors here right in the United States at reasonable cost. I called him. He said he would deliver. He did not deliver. And that's in a moment of great crisis for the country, when he had the ability to do it and didn't do it. So I'm just saying, we can all examine, the whatever you think someone's, cognitive capability is or was, but in the end, what you want are leaders who actually care about the people they represent, all of them, not just the people that voted for them. And you talked about truth. You think that we're living in a regime now that believes in truth? That's ludicrous. A social media post. Maybe maintain a little mystery, would you? Remember that it's always darkest before the dawn, and dawn comes with natural light, so there's no need to run up the electricity bill. Third, we need you to put air in your tires. I know that when that little tire gauge comes on your dashboard, you view it in the same way that Elon Musk views the United States Constitution, as a mere suggestion. But if you're not putting air in your tires before the winter, then you are going to end up just like Elon, with a car that no one wants to drive. Now, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee, good morning, and thank you for inviting me. As governor of the great state of Illinois, I have seen firsthand how states have had to shoulder the consequences of a broken immigration system. I'm proud of how we have responded by promoting public safety, treating people with dignity, supporting our economy, and respecting the rule of law. Safe and compassionate immigration policies, I believe, are vital. In fact, my own family owes everything to this country accepting a young refugee named Nicholas Pritzker to its shores over a century ago. My great-grandfather fled the massacre of Jews in Ukraine and arrived in the United States when he was just 10, without a penny to his name. A social service agency provided him a place to live. A public school taught him English. A public university allowed him to pursue a higher education. My father and grandfather both were naval officers and raised their families with a powerful sense of duty to community and patriotism to our country that still lives deep in my generation. Both were successful entrepreneurs. My family story is not unique. Today, Illinois is home to 1.9 million immigrants. Just like my great-grandfather, they are hardworking, raising families, and paying taxes. Our state and our country have been strengthened by people from across the globe seeking freedom, opportunity, and refuge here. Recently, children, pregnant women, and others fled poverty, violence, and persecution, seeking asylum at our border. Some border state politicians chose to treat them as political pawns, busing them to states like mine and dropping them off in the dead of night in the freezing cold. Illinois chose a different path. Faced with a humanitarian crisis, our state made sure children and families did not go hungry or freeze to death. By doing so, we helped to maintain safety and order in Chicago. As governor, one of my responsibilities is to keep the public safe. That is why I expanded our state police, banned assault weapons and ghost guns to take guns out of the hands of criminals, and invested more than ever before in violence prevention. As a result, violent crime is down in Illinois, and Chicago ended 2024 with its lowest homicide rate in 5 years. As I have consistently said, violent criminals have no place on our streets, and if they are undocumented, I want them out of Illinois and out of our country. And as we are reminded in Los Angeles this week, we can all agree that violence of any kind, whomever it is directed at, is unacceptable. People must be held accountable to the law. Illinois follows the law, but let me be clear, we expect the federal government to follow the law too. We will not participate in abuses of power. We will not violate court orders. We will not ignore the Constitution. We will not defy the Supreme Court. We will not take away people's rights to peacefully protest. We also respect, and expect this administration to respect, the traditions and legal precedent that dictate how and when our National Guard and military are deployed. As governor, I've had to make the difficult decision to call the Illinois National Guard into service. I have always done it in partnership with my local governments and law enforcement, and with deep and abiding respect for the sacrifice I was asking of our volunteer armed forces. It's wrong to deploy the National Guard and active duty Marines into an American city over the objection of local law enforcement just to inflame a situation and create a crisis. Just as it's wrong to tear children away from their homes and their mothers and fathers who have spent decades living and working in our communities, raising their families. Besides being a father and husband, the greatest honor of my life has been serving as governor. I believe with my whole heart that Illinois is the best place in the country to live, work, and to raise a family. Illinoisans take seriously their responsibility in upholding the most fundamental values of our nation, values like kindness, empathy, hard work, and fair play. Our people embody the most American ideal of all, that where your life began matters far less than the dreams you can realize here for yourself and your family. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Governor Hochul for her opening statement. Chair now recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Pritzker, do you know how much illegal immigration costs your state each year?
No, sir, I do not.
Costs over $780 per family per year. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And may I ask, what do you mean by the cost?
That is a lot of money for
the cost of illegal
your state.
immigration.
Let me ask you, do you know who Franklin Jose Pena Ramos is?
Are you talking about the federal government's cost to the state of Illinois as a result of the failed
Ramos is?
Immigration policy?
It's a yes or no question. I'll take that as a no. Do you know who Jose Martinez Rangel is?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't. You should. Those are two men who came into this country illegally, raped and murdered 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary in my home state of Texas. Do you think that elected officials should have welcomed them into our communities?
Sir,
question.
before they committed a crime, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Do you think that they should have been welcomed into our communities? That's a very straightforward question.
Someone who commits murder, no. Someone who commits murder should be
Why
apprehended.
did you state during Biden's border crisis that illegal aliens, quote, should have been welcomed and helped by elected officials?
When you say illegal
I'm
aliens,
asking
these
you,
are
should
people
these
who are
people have been
given
welcomed and
asylum.
helped into our communities?
People who are
That's an
asylum
easy
seekers.
yes or no question.
Well, you're mischaracterizing them.
It is your position that they should have been welcomed into our communities. Is that correct?
There were
That's
asylum
from
seekers
your
who were
own
here
statement.
legally.
And
There
then
were
they
asylum
went on and
seekers.
murdered and raped 12-year-old Jocelyn.
Someone who
Nungary.
commits murder should be held accountable. We do that in the state.
And
of
you think
Illinois.
they should have been welcomed into our communities before they did?
I don't know how you can tell before somebody commits a crime
You can
that they are
secure
going
the
to
border
commit the
and
crime.
not let illegal aliens come into our communities. Do you support abolishing ICE?
Asylum seekers.
Do you support abolishing ICE?
No, I believe we need an immigration force in the United States.
You
In
don't.
fact,
You believe a budget is a moral document. Is that correct?
I do.
You do. You tweeted that. Your administration gave $12,000 to the organized communities against deportations, which just this past month was marching in the streets of Chicago with signs saying abolish ICE. Do you support this?
I do not
Is this a
support
reflection of
abolishing
your
an
moral
immigration
values?
force.
Is this a reflection of your moral values?
I do not support abolishing an immigration force.
That's good to hear. Mr. Governor, do you think that biological men should be able to use women's restrooms?
I'm not sure how this has to do with immigration.
It's
sir.
just a yes or no question.
Why are you
It's very easy to
politicizing
answer.
this?
Do you
I
think
thought
that
we were
men
here
should be using
doing
women's
fact
restrooms?
finding. I'm sorry?
Do you think men should be allowed in women's restrooms?
I'm not sure why this has come to this issue.
You
It has
tweeted
nothing
that
to do
as
with
a
immigration.
protest against President Trump, everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today. Have you ever used the women's restroom?
Not that I can recall ever, sir. No.
You wanted everybody else to do it, but you didn't?
Sir, I'm not sure why we're on a topic that has
I'm
nothing to
asking
do
you,
with
you're
today's hearing.
advocating for men to use women's restrooms, but you didn't do it?
I do not advocate that, no.
Well, actually, you did. You said everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today.
I can tell you that you are
Do you regret
politicizing
saying
this
this?
in a way that what we ought to be focusing on is
Do you
the
regret
failure of the
encouraging
federal
men to
government
use women's restrooms?
and the Congress to deal with immigration reform.
Do you regret encouraging men to use women's restrooms?
Again, you're taking us on topics that have
Did you ever
nothing to
consider
do
that
with
women don't
the
want you in
subject
their-
that you
in their
invited us here
bathrooms?
for. So you're admitting that this is just a political circus.
No,
Is
I'm
that what you're doing?
asking you
This
because
is
you put
nothing
this
to do
on,
with
on the
immigration
internet for everybody
and
to
really
see.
about you grandstanding.
I'm asking you, have you ever considered that women don't want you in their bathrooms? That's a private space that they don't want you or any other man in.
Congressman, let's talk
You
about
can't-
your
you can't say that
failure to
normal
vote
people can
for
say that they
Medicaid. In
don't-
fact, you want to
that
take
they don't think
Medicaid away.
men should be in
and
women's
SNAP
restrooms.
And
That's a
veteran
very
services.
straightforward question.
You apparently want people
And you're
to die
encouraging men to
in the
use
United
women's
States
restrooms
because you
where there
want to
could be
take healthcare
underage
away.
girls. Do you think that's appropriate?
Sir, if we're going to
Do you think that's
politicize this,
normal?
let's talk about what you're doing to people in
you
this
think that
country
that's normal?
by virtue of your votes.
All right, let's move on.
with
Let's
President
ask,
Trump.
do you support Hamas's agenda?
Sir, I do not. They are a terrorist organization.
Your administration gave a grant to the Muslim Civic Coalition, which just 2 weeks after October 7th was marching in the streets of Chicago to, quote, stop the U.S.-backed genocide against Gaza. Is that a reflection of your values?
I have spent my life fighting anti-Semitism.
No, I'm asking, is this a reflection of your values?
I'm not sure why you're attacking
Because
me
your
about something in an
administration
organization.
gave money to this organization.
I'm explaining to you that what we do in the state of Illinois is stand up for what we believe are
You didn't
our
have to
rights
give
and
money
freedoms.
to the Muslim Civic Coalition.
People
to
have
march
the
and
right
call,
to express themselves.
to stop the
We don't-
U.S.-backed genocide against Gaza. That was your choice.
I know
that was your
Republicans want to
administration.
take away people's right to free speech. We don't in the state of Illinois, and I
They've
do
got
not
the
believe
right to
that
free
is
speech.
proper.
They don't have the right to tax dollars, and you gave them to them.
You want to take those rights away from people. I understand.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Trump administration isn't serious about public safety.
I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governors, I guess thank you for being here today. This was staged to be it was bound to be, political conflict here. But I'd like to get pretty real with each of you. I know Governor Walz pretty good. He and I came to be, believe it or not, America, Governor Walz and I came to be quite friendly. I consider him a friend for many years. And it was fascinating that we disagreed on almost everything politically. I doubt there was a vote we had in common, but I'm pretty sure I could call Governor Walz and get a straight answer, even now, at least in private. But in a setting like this, it's difficult to get a straight answer because you're being viewed so closely. All of us are. So I'm going to try and be real with you. And Governor Pritzker, I don't know you. Governor Hochul, I don't know you. I can tell you that that you strike me as extremely political, and rather arrogant, quite smug, good lady. And this is a serious topic, man. We have hundreds of thousands of Americans dead from fentanyl that came across our border. Our nation suffered generational trauma for 4 years from open border policies. And we listened in ad nauseum, speech after speech after speech about how Mayorkas, who struck me as equally smug in many horrific meetings, said we need more money, we need more laws. We never needed more money. We never needed more laws. We needed an executive branch that had the will to enforce the law and thus end the trauma that the American people were continually suffering at our southern border. Now, the impact of that policy remains, and sanctuary cities are a large part of this thing. And I don't know the life of you three, your background. I don't know if you've held the hand of a mother or father had to deliver to them the news that their child had been killed by a violent criminal. Prayed with that person, but I have. And the victims of crime commonly have a simple refrain. Why? Why? Why did this happen to my family? And I'm going to ask you, Governor Pritzker, and you, Governor Hochul, what do you say to those people when, have you ever had the courage to speak with one in person, in private, without cameras, and when they ask you why was this horrible person invited to Illinois or New York? Why do your sanctuary policies encourage, why did this guy that killed my daughter, why was he in my state? Why?
Representative.
Don't tell me it's limited resources.
Representative.
Don't tell me it's limited resources. I'll let you know when it's time for you to answer the question, madam.
Okay.
Don't tell me it's limited resources, because we're talking about the resource of righteousness and goodness. And God controls the bank of righteousness and goodness. And there's no limit to that withdrawal. Governor Pritzker, what do you tell a family when they ask you why? Why was this murderer in my state that came here across the border illegally and was encouraged to come to my state by your policies? Go.
You said invited or encouraged. 50,000 people
invited
were,
and encouraged by
50,000
sanctuary
people were
policy.
shipped to my state by a
Don't
border
beat around
state
the
governor.
bush. Own it, man.
I'm not beating
Own
around.
it.
I'm telling you, 50,000 people were shipped to my state by a
Would you ship
Republican
them back?
border state
50,000
governor.
is a smidgen. We have 15 million cross the border.
I understand.
I'm glad they bust some to your state.
I have been clear
your sanctuary
about
policies
favoring border
Governor Hochul,
security. There was a
I'll give
bill
you the
last
last
year
couple of
on that
seconds
very
here.
subject, sir.
On the
Governor
question of
Hochul.
what
And
I'd
you
say to
opposed
that
it.
family, I would say my heart is breaking for you. I'm a mother. When you describe the pain of a family like that, I've been there. I have held victims' families in my
That's a
arms.
good start.
And I'll tell you
Mr.
this,
Chairman,
you appear
my
to be a
time has
religious
expired. I
person,
yield.
but we are called.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I recognize the ranking member for unanimous consent.
Okay, a couple of things. One, I want to raise a point of order. It is against the rules to attack or to breach the decorum with respect to our witnesses. You can't.
Well, the ranking member has a
look
different
like this,
definition
or you
of
look
attack
like
than I
that.
do.
You
That's
look
for
like
sure.
this. You cannot criticize the countenance of a witness when they come before the committee. You can raise issues, no question, but you cannot personally attack a witness. That is not within the rules. That is not in accordance with decorum here. And I would raise that same concern if
Did the ranking
one of
member
our
not call
members
us
is attacking.
Nazis?
All right.
Secondly,
Proceed with unanimous consent.
Secondly, unanimous consent. I have asking unanimous consent to submit a document entitled "Trump Wants to Cut Funding to Sanctuary Cities and Towns, but They Don't Actually Violate the Federal Law."
Without objection to order, Chair now recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. It's always funny the lack of decorum that we get, and people drop.
From Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Los Angeles riots are certainly a shameful explosion of lawlessness that we are once again seeing. The narrative has changed in these riots, but it's certainly the same type of actors. We're seeing businesses torched, cars torched, families uprooted, certainly communities that are scared. And this is by no means a peaceful protests. It is absolute chaos, and rioters don't get a free pass to burn down cities just simply because they're mad, because they are mad that our nation's laws are being upheld, that our federal agents are upholding their oath and doing what they were hired to do. Our first responders deserve respect. They do not deserve to have rocks thrown at them and to be injured. But, I mean, let's be honest, this violence didn't really spark in a vacuum. Sanctuary policies are a magnet for trouble. They shield criminals, undermine the rule of law. And, governors, I've sat here and I've heard you today. You say that safety is your #1 priority. You want your communities safe. You want your people safe. And, Governor Hochul, you just asked, how can we work together to ensure that that happens? Well, that's exactly what we want to do in this hearing. We want to work together. We want to talk to you about your sanctuary policies that are actually preventing us from working with you to keep your community safe, because we want them safe as well. I have the same policies in Colorado that restrict our local law enforcement officers from coordinating with federal agents. And some of my counties have issued lawsuits to try to end that. But this is serious, and we owe it to every American to restore safety and enforce our laws. It's been stated that this is a federal law, and it's not your job to uphold the federal law. Well, we're not asking you to uphold it. We're just asking you to kind of step out of the way and allow the federal government to do the job, to uphold these laws. When you have someone, don't wait until they commit a violent, heinous crime before we know their immigration status. So now we're seeing these riots everywhere. We've heard in 2020 that everything was mostly peaceful as cities burned down, as people lost their lives, as law enforcement officers lost their lives. So I just want to ask you three governors, yes or no, is the destruction of private and governmental property, is that something that fits under your definition of a peaceful protest? Governor Walz, yes or no?
No, it does not.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker?
I find it hard to believe that you're lecturing us
Yes or
about
no?
peaceful protest. Look at what
Yes or
happened
no?
January 6th here at the Capitol.
No, what we're
The
seeing in
attack
LA
on
is
our
an
democracy.
insurrection. You want to talk about
That
an
is an
insurrection? This is an
insurrection.
absolute insurrection.
You don't
They are-
understand what insurrection
I
is
asked
when
you a
people are
yes or
trying to
no
overturn
question,
an
sir,
election
and
here
I'm
at
showing-
the Congress.
I started this off
You were
showing you
here. They were
decorum, and I would
attacking you, by the
respect
way.
the same. I would expect the same.
I'm answering your question. It is outrageous
it-
that you are asking
is
us
it
these
peaceful
questions
to
when you're the one condoning
to destroy
pardoning of people who attack
private and
police
government property
right here at our Capitol.
Governor Hochul, it's been a long day. Does that fit under your definition of a peaceful protest, the destruction of private and government property?
No, and we feel for the business owners and the community for what's going on there.
So
but
do we.
This is a narrow
yes or no,
scope of
would,
people, and the
would
vast
lighting
majority are
police
peaceful.
cars on fire fit under the definition of a peaceful protest?
No, we reject that. No one should be lighting police
Governor
cars
Pritzker,
on
yes or
fire.
I'm
no?
opposed to violence in any form. Yes.
Governor Walz?
Yeah, we reject that.
Okay. Throwing bricks or large rocks at police officers? Is that peaceful?
It is not.
Is that peaceful, Governor?
Whether it's in Los Angeles or here in Washington at the Capitol, no.
Yeah, that didn't happen here. Governor Hochul?
Rejected.
It actually did, but no, it's not acceptable.
Okay. Governor Pritzker, you have you or have you not called for mass protests and mobilization and disruption?
Indeed, microphones, megaphones, and
this
going
was,
to the ballot box.
Well, they're responding in a much different way, are they not? President Trump also
Peaceful
asked for people
protest is
to
the history of this
peacefully
country.
make their voices heard. So it's okay for you to say that and hold that standard, but President Trump has a different standard when he actually makes the claim.
Inciting riots at
and
the
you
Capitol?
said
Yes,
you want
there
mass
is a difference
protests,
between the two.
mobilizations, and disruption as a response to President Trump's policies. I just think that this is all hypocritical. You've called in your National Guard. You don't want President Trump to come in and enforce the rule of law to keep communities safe, and your destructive policies are harming American citizens. We should not have to wait until violence is committed to find out their legal status. We have 2 million unknown gotaways because of Joe Biden's administration, and we have got to find them and get them out of America, and I thank President Trump and his administration for doing just that. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Craig from Minnesota.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for allowing me to wave on to this committee today. I think if I were permanent.
Our budget and investing in all of the other things we needed to do.
All right, gentlemen, ladies, time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Miller from Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman. Governor Pritzker, Illinois is at a crisis point. Illegal aliens in our state have overwhelmed local communities and schools, causing untold pain and suffering while costing the Illinois taxpayers billions. Governor, in a recent report by Capital News of Illinois, you called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit the Capital News of Illinois report titled Trump's 100 Days. Pritzker calls for mass mobilization as he grows his national profile.
Without objection, so ordered.
Governor, before we go any further, will you commit today to working with the Trump administration and ICE to ensure that the violence we've seen in Los Angeles does not occur in Chicago or anywhere else in our state? Yes or no?
Thank you, Congresswoman Miller. We work every day with the federal government
Yes
to
or
keep
no,
our
sir?
streets safe.
Will you commit to working with the
We
Trump
do
administration?
all the time work with the federal government, law enforcement,
Okay, I'm
constantly.
taking that as a yes. Governor, you said earlier this afternoon that you were willing to, and I quote, stand in the way of Tom Holman, end quote, who, I would like to note, is carrying out federal law. I have before me numerous examples of illegal alien violence in Illinois, but I want to highlight the story of Joe Abraham, whose daughter was tragically murdered by an illegal alien in central Illinois. Under your watch, sir. I will now read his account. Hello, my name is Joe Abraham. I am the father of 3, and Katie was my youngest. Katie had a beautiful soul, a sharp wit, and a huge personality. She loved life, and she lived it with authenticity, humor, and heart. She was the kind of person who succeeded at anything she put her mind to. She had a future full of promise. She was everything to our family. In the early hours of Sunday, January 19th, Katie was riding in a Honda Civic with 4 friends. They were stopped at a red light when their car was struck from behind by an SUV traveling 78 miles per hour. The driver didn't brake, he didn't swerve, he just slammed into them. The driver had previously been deported and was in the country illegally using an alias. He was allegedly intoxicated. After the crash, he fled the scene on foot without calling 911, without offering any help to the 5 women he had just hit. Katie died at the scene. Another young woman passed away the next day at the hospital. Instead of staying to face what he had done, the driver fled Urbana, made his way to Chicago, and then boarded a bus headed to Mexico. Thankfully, he was captured before fleeing the country. We share Katie's story, not just to honor her memory, but to raise awareness and to seek justice. No family should have to endure this type of loss. Sir, the family is here. The father is here. Would you like to apologize to Katie's family? Feel free to direct your comments to me.
I am very sorry for their loss. I really am.
I can only imagine what other instances have taken place but have not been reported. You have stated that Illinois will not allow local police departments to assist ICE as they work to address the illegal immigration crisis that you helped to create. In light of the crimes that I have mentioned, do you stand by your policy of tying the hands of Illinois law enforcement? Yes or no, sir?
You know, Congresswoman Miller, I am
Yes or
not
no,
going
sir?
to be lectured to by somebody
I'm
who extols
reclaiming
the
my
virtue
time.
of
I'm
Adolf
reclaiming my
Hitler,
time, Chairman.
of somebody
In
who has allowed the
2024,
pardoning of January 6th.
I'm reclaiming my time. In 2024, after the presidential election, you stated on MSNBC that, and I quote, "I am going to do everything that I can to protect our undocumented immigrants," end quote. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit a Fox News report into the record titled, "Dem Governor J.B. Pritzker vows to do everything I can to protect our undocumented immigrants."
Congresswoman, I was
These
talking about
policies
the people
are
who have
not
lived in our
only
state for
deadly,
decades
These
now.
policies are not only deadly, but they have cost Illinois taxpayers billions to the tune of $3 billion since 2022. Governor, your state budget doesn't balance without massive yearly tax increases. This year, you hiked taxes by $800 million. Your budgets fund the services of illegal
That's inaccurate,
aliens, while
Congresswoman.
Americans
Again,
are left behind.
inaccurate.
With many
Nearly everything is
choosing to flee our
mischaracterized
state.
in your statement.
Governor, I judge you based on your actions, not on your words. And from what I can tell, you are doing everything in your power to roll out the red carpet for illegal aliens to protect them, all at the expense of working people of Illinois. Your policies have been disastrous for our state, and they would be disastrous for our country. And with that, I yield back.
Your failures
Get a
are a
lady.
disaster for this
Yields
country.
back. Without objection to order. Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Pritzker, I've admired your moral clarity during these times. You had a speech about a month and a half ago where you said you would not bend the knee to any president of any party. I highly recommend the American people listen to that speech in its entirety. Professor Chenoweth has said at Harvard that if 3.5% of a population engage in peaceful protest, that is the single best way to bring change and stand up for constitutional values. As you know, there's the No Kings protests that are happening this weekend. I'd like you to weigh in and share your thoughts about what that could mean for the country.
Thank you, Congressman. And let me say that peaceful protest has been the avenue for so much positive social change in this country. I think about the civil rights movement as the best example of that. And it continues to be civil rights for LGBTQ people, civil rights for immigrants, et cetera. I encourage people to peacefully protest, and I have said that many times. I think, getting out your microphones and your megaphones, speaking up, speaking out, and very importantly, for people who can vote, go to the ballot box and vote. Too many people don't do that, and too many people don't stand up and speak out because they're a little bit afraid. And in this environment, I have to say, President Trump has created a situation where people are afraid. They're afraid, and they're afraid they're going to get targeted, because that is what's happening under this administration. People are getting individually targeted when they stand up and speak out.
Thank you. Governor Walz, I thought you conducted yourself with such dignity as our vice presidential candidate, you and Gwen, and Many of your former colleagues are really proud of how you ran. And one of the things even people who voted for President Trump said about you is he's so decent, he's kind, he deals with people with respect. What is happening in this country that we've started to demonize immigrants? You know, when I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, it was 99% white. I grew up as an Indian American of Hindu faith. I never felt demonized, felt different, made to feel like I didn't belong. Something is going on where we've created a permission structure for that. How do we model the kind of decency that you've exhibited so that we become a cohesive community like this country has always been?
Well, Congressman, thank you for the kind words. I think the people of this country expect us to do that. Look, I think we could all agree these horrific situations that happened, that have been highlighted in here, we all hate that, but we also lift up the great success stories. And I will just tell you, Congressman, on Tuesday night at 2 a.m., Minnesota has the most closely divided legislature in the country, 101 to 100. And we passed bipartisan legislation that kept us with a balanced budget, a AAA bond rating. We invested in our schools, we invested in our roads, and we did it with civility. We did it with an eye to the future, and we did it, Republicans and Democrats, with the idea that we are a nation of immigrants, and people simply want to make sure that if the laws are being asked to be followed, people are given due process. So I have to tell you, we have a model. It's our Constitution. We have a model on how to do this, and we've done it before. And I would just encourage all of us to be part of the solution rather than just continue to demonize each other.
Thank you, Governor. Governor Hochul, I appreciate your speaking out about the Marines being sent into my state. I was horrified. There's just footage today of Senator Padilla being shoved out. I don't know if people have seen it, but he went to ask Secretary Noem a question, and the police literally grabbed the senator and shoved him out of the room. You know, the Marines, I want to get back to the Marines, though. I mean, the fact is that we have a principle called federalism in this country. No one in Los Angeles asked for the Marines. No one in California asked for the Marines. I mean, do people's voices not matter of what we want locally and in a state way? Tell me how you would feel if Marines were sent into your state or your senators were taken by the fists and pushed out of rooms. What is going on in this country?
Thank you for the question. It's disturbing at so many levels. I mean, I served as a member of the Armed Services Committee when I served in this body years ago. And to think that the Marines are being deployed against fellow citizens, fellow residents, is unprecedented. Now, we have different levels of law enforcement to manage crowds. That's all this is a crowd. When it gets out of control, when it's violent, there must be consequences. And that's what the police are trained to do, whether they're LAPD or what we have in New York is one of the highest trained organization of top law enforcement, people who put their lives on the line every day, who know how to deal with crowds and protests and if they devolve into riots. But to go to the extreme of not just the National Guard, which usurps the governor's authority, the governors are the commanders-in-chief of the National Guard, but to go all the way to the U.S. military as an indication that a mayor and a governor can't handle what's happening in their own streets is overkill at a level that is just unconscionable. And I hope we do not see this in other cities. We need to just calm the situation down, get rid of the criminals, we'll work together every day, and leave law-abiding individuals alone.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. The lady yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. To piggyback off my colleague, Governor Pritzker, how much does the state of Illinois spend on illegal immigration every year?
Again, illegal immigration, that's a federal responsibility. They could tell how much is wasted as a result of their failures.
Governor, don't you keep track of how many people are on your Medicaid rolls, how many people who are illegal immigrants in the state of Illinois who are getting actually benefits in your state? Doesn't your government keep track of that?
They don't get Medicaid in Illinois or any state as far as I know.
Governor Pritzker, you do not keep track of any public service dollars in the state of Illinois that goes to illegal immigrants or goes to people in your state who are not legal residents of the United States and of the state of Illinois. You don't keep track of that.
We absolutely keep track of our budget, and we're very closely, and in fact, it's been balanced for 7 years in a row, unlike the Republican before me, yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I noticed that in the state of Illinois, you guys don't really keep track of your money, because I asked your mayor in Chicago similar question about a month ago, and he didn't have an answer. It was quite interesting. I think this might be an Illinois problem.
I yield back.
Now Chair recognizes Mr. Jack. Is he here? Okay. Mr. McGuire from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a yes or no question, hopefully fast because I don't have much time. So each witness one at a time. If you break the law, are you a criminal? Can you guys answer that quickly? We don't have much time.
In certain circumstances, many
The answer
circumstances,
should
yes.
be yes. If you come across our border illegally breaking our law to come across, are you a criminal? Yes.
If you
or no?
speed, are you a criminal? I mean,
Break the
that's,
law, that's a crime.
okay.
So if you
Call
come
them a
across our
criminal.
border illegally, you're a criminal. Just want to see if we can get that straight. All right, Governor Pritzker, are illegal aliens counted in the U.S. Census?
Every person in the United States is counted.
The census decides how many members each state gets in the U.S. House of Representatives. Year after year, tens of thousands of U.S. Citizens are fleeing the state of Illinois. It ranks only behind Governor Hochul's New York and Governor Newsom's California. You all are protecting and harboring illegal aliens for political purposes. Governor Pritzker, would you support prohibiting illegal aliens from being counted in the census, yes or no?
Your numbers are wrong, sir.
Would you, yes or no?
Your numbers are wrong, sir.
Would you
Constitution says
support
how you
prohibiting
count the
illegal
census.
aliens from being counted in the census? Would you? Or is harboring illegal aliens part of the strategy to get more Democrats in Congress? The bottom line is this: all illegal aliens have committed a crime and should be deported. Any additional act of violence committed by an illegal alien is entirely preventable. All sanctuary jurisdictions are unlawful. Each of you are breaking the law. And my message to you, or the message from the people, is you need to get it straight. Governor Walz, just over 3 weeks ago, you compared ICE agents to Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo. Governor, do you regret those comments?
I regret that law enforcement is not following best practices, showing who they are, not taking people off the street, not giving due process.
We
It
would
puts
not
all
have
of
a
us at
country
risk.
without our men and women in law enforcement. Yes
That's
or no?
correct,
Did you
and
know
those who
ICE
show their
officers
faces.
are did you know ICE officers are facing 413% increase in assaults?
Don't wear the masks, identify yourself, and work with local law enforcement.
You guys are doxing them. All right, your attacks on ICE officers are putting our law enforcement in deadly situations. It led to destructive riots breaking out in Los Angeles last weekend. President Trump had no choice but to step up and stop Los Angeles from burning buildings to the ground. Did you see videos of rioters throwing rocks through the windows of police officers' vehicles while they were driving on the highway? Did you guys see that? We wouldn't have a country without our men and women in law enforcement. In 2023, you signed legislation to expand eligibility to illegal aliens for taxpayer-funded health care, Minnesota driver's license, and free college tuition. America Last policies. Let's take a look at some of the illegal aliens you so boldly want to support with taxpayer funds. I'll probably say his name wrong, but Abrahashad Alimi, illegal alien from Somalia, criminal history includes convictions of murder, DUI, and disorderly conduct. Eric Martinez Mondragon, illegal alien from Mexico and known member of 18th Street Gang. He served time in robbery and possession of a firearm. And Marco Granda, illegal alien from Ecuador, he was convicted for criminal sexual conduct of a child. The taxpayer-funded incentives you are providing in Minnesota bring in vicious thugs who are robbing, raping, and killing your citizens. And American people are tired of these America Last Marxist policies. We need more patriotism. You know, when I look at a MAGA, to me it means make America great again for all Americans, regardless of party, race, religion, or creed. America first, and that's why we won the presidency and we got the Senate and the House. If you had a basketball team and you hate your basketball team, you will never win. And we have a heart and love all people of the world, but if we can't take care of our country, if we're allowing these illegal criminal aliens to rob, rape, and kill the American people, that is wrong, and that's why we won, and if you guys keep that up, we'll keep winning.
Congressman, can I respond to the two cases in Minnesota? I think it's important to the hearing we're having. You want to know what we're doing. Mr. Alami was held in Freeborn County Jail.
So,
Straight resources
Governor
paid for
Hochul,
that.
Debrina Kwam fell asleep on a subway in New York. While she was asleep on a train, she was set on fire and killed by an illegal alien from Guatemala. This could have been prevented. And what upsets me or strikes me the most is that in Democrat-run cities, people are so desensitized by the violence and the policies that people just stood by and watched that happen. What can we do better?
The entire situation sickens me to know that that happened in our state. I abhor all crimes, and that one was particularly heinous. And that's why my law enforcement are dedicated to keeping the streets, subways, and communities of our state safe. It's my #1 priority. It's how I've invested enormous amounts of resources. And just for the record, we do cooperate in criminal identification, prosecution, and removal of individuals who commit crimes who are not in this country legally. We want them deported. We cooperate with ICE every day of the week to make our streets safer. I'm not sure why that's not breaking through in this hearing. How many times can we say that? We're not supporting this. We don't want these individuals here. We abhor this violence and crime. So that's the message should be the takeaway. How can we work together? How can you do your job and help us secure the border and have more legal pathways for people who want to be here legally and contribute to our economy, but not the criminals. We are not a sanctuary for any criminals.
You go back.
Gentleman, time's expired. Now, Chair recognizes Ms. Morrison from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses.
Arizona.
Governors, good afternoon. Would you agree that good process builds good policy, builds good politics? Pretty normal, right? Would you agree, Governor Pritzker?
Yes, sir.
How about you, Governor?
I would agree,
Also,
Congressman.
Governor Hochul?
I would agree with that.
Good. Now, would you support the disclosure of federal fundings to nonprofits, either directly or indirectly? Governor Pritzker?
Federal funding of nonprofits, just generally, there is actually nonprofits do report their.
Well, they do kind of, because we don't get that. That's all blocked out, okay? But you can't make good decisions if you don't have that. Would you agree?
All of it is available, as I
Okay.
understand, publicly, yes.
Now I'm going to quote U.S. Supreme Court Associate Justice Louis Brandeis. He said, "In a government of laws, existence of the government will be imperiled if it fails to observe and uphold the law scrupulously. Our government is potent, the omnipresent teacher. For good or for ill, it teaches the whole people by its example. If the government becomes a lawbreaker, it invites contempt for the law. It invites every man to become a law unto himself. It invites anarchy." So do you agree with, Governor Pritzker, do you agree with Louis Brandeis on this quote? How about you, Dr. Walton?
I do. It's what the President Trump has done, though. He is the one who has broken the law and the United States government.
Governor Hochul.
We follow all the laws, federal and state.
Okay, so why would I ask you about nonprofits financing and this quote from Louis Brandeis? What if I were to present you evidence that U.S. citizens and even foreign citizens on foreign soil were coaching illegal aliens how to bypass U.S. immigration law? Now let me remind you, as soon as an alien crosses the border illegally, they become criminals under the federal law. Governors or sanctuary city policies blatantly ignore the supremacy clause, as Mr. Palmer expressed, of the U.S. Constitution, and it circumvents federal immigration laws to harbor criminals. As of July 2024, under the Biden-Harris administration, there were over 660,000 illegal aliens with criminal histories in the United States. But I'm talking about everyone, not just criminals. Once you violate the law by entering our country illegally, let me be clear. You're aiding and abetting criminal illegal aliens, which is a felony under Title 8 U.S. Code 1324, punishable up to 20 years in prison or life in prison or even the death penalty. Seems kind of weird, but if this aiding and abetting results in someone's death, which this committee and all Americans know has happened. Wouldn't you want to even err on the aspect of caution? I would. I really would. Now, Governor Hochul, do you consider yourself, do you like nature, and do you consider yourself a conservationist? I do. I'm one of those.
I'm particularly fond of New York State's great state parks, so yes, of course I love nature.
Good. So why would you allow illegal aliens to destroy a National Park Service land at Floyd Bennett Field? Yes, I was there. I got to see it all. But I mean, even putting people in that process. Well,
I would hardly call it a park. It was a place that people used to train for military exercises,
But you know what? Somebody found it as a park, right? Did they not? They're considered a national park. It's a park. Okay.
Technically, it's under the Department of Interior.
Okay. Governor Walz, do you know the estimated size of 2 milligrams?
I think generally, yeah.
You can barely see it's the tip of a pencil, sharpened pencil at that. And that's a lethal dose of fentanyl, which your running mate, Harris' open border policies welcome to the United States. Similarly, your sanctuary policies are playing games with American lives. Do the millions of lives lost to fentanyl constitute an all-out assault on our broken borders? They do. Yes or no? Do you support tribal communities, Governor Walz?
Do I support tribal communities?
Yeah.
Under PL 280 or?
Oh, do you support?
Yeah, I certainly
tribal?
do.
No. Okay, I do. Okay. What about the transnational criminal cartels trafficking drugs and people across our tribal lands? This is epidemic. Epidemic. So I'm going to finish up by this. Governors, this is my promise to you. I will work tirelessly with President Trump to secure the border, build the wall, stop the flow of fatal fentanyl into our nation, and I will see that you are held accountable for the violations of our crimes against the people of the United States. Our immigration system is not broken. We just needed somebody like Donald Trump to uphold the rules of law. I pray for the safety of our immigration, ICE officers, and all the officers, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Crockett has a unanimous consent request.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to submit a unanimous consent request for, this is from the Alabama Reflector. It says, study says undocumented immigrants paid almost $100 billion in taxes.
Without objection, so ordered.
And my second one is from Reuters. White supremacists behind over 80% of extremism-related U.S. murders in 2022.
Without objection, so ordered. Now recognize Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your indulgence for letting me wave on the committee today. I know it's been a long day. I want to welcome our governors here today. Thank you. Governor Pritzker, on behalf of my constituents and myself, I have serious concerns about the current state of Illinois and the continued direction your administration is taking when it comes to sanctuary policies. And I know we've talked a lot about that today. And I want to be clear, your sweeping sanctuary policies are not just misguided in my view, I think they're dangerous. Your agenda puts ideology above public safety, ties the hands of law enforcement, and signals to violent, criminal, illegal immigrants that Illinois is a safe haven. Your administration has made the state of Illinois among the national outliers to defy federal law. And you've doubled down on policies like Illinois Way Forward Act, which is legislation you proposed and signed that prohibits local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE, even in cases involving violent criminals. And I think, hearing you today, I think you honestly believe that refusing to turn over convicted felons to federal authorities makes our community safer. And I'll tell you, Governor, it doesn't. And as a former federal and state prosecutor who's worked very closely with law enforcement, none of that makes us safer or makes law enforcement feel comfortable. Instead of working with federal law enforcement to remove dangerous individuals from our streets in Chicago and across Illinois, you're creating bureaucratic roadblocks and political cover. And in my view, that's not leadership, it's government malpractice. Illinois families are already struggling with the highest combined state and local tax burden in the country. And they should not be forced to subsidize over $2.5 billion in Illinois taxpayer money that's been spent on illegal immigrants over the last 4 years under your sanctuary policies in Illinois. I want to mention two specific cases, although I could talk about a lot more. A tragic case involving the family of George Levin, a 63-year-old man who was murdered by a pair of illegal immigrants who were arrested in Chicago in January. He was found bound with duct tape and his legs tied with an extension cord. The title of an article was, "Two Migrant Men Beat Chicago Businessmen to Death, Left Him Bound, Gagged," prosecutors say, dated February 1st, 2025. Again, under your sanctuary policies in the state of Illinois. I'd like to submit that for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Second one is a case of two families, and I want to highlight Chloe Polzon and, of course, Catherine Abraham, two girls in their early 20s that were killed in a fatal hit and run by an illegal immigrant in Urbana, Illinois. And Again, the title from that article, Glenview family seeks justice after migrant suspect kills daughter and friend in Urbana, hit and run. I'd like to submit that for the record.
Without
also.
objections, ordered.
And so, Governor, I guess a question for you. As you hear these stories, and there's many others, does it cause you to rethink your sanctuary city policies or regret some of the policies you've taken as it relates to sanctuary cities?
Thank you, Congressman. I'm glad to see you here. I know you were unwilling to meet with your constituents about the Medicaid cuts that you voted for.
So answer the question. I thought you might not answer the question whether reclaiming I'm going to reclaim my time because you did not answer the question, which I thought you would. When I asked, when you hear about victims that suffer violence because of illegal migrants in a sanctuary city state, you said no, it hasn't caused you to rethink. Reclaiming my time. Now, Governor Pritzker, you mentioned reclaiming my time. I have the time. I have the time.
All the federal government. You all have the ability to fix this.
Governor Pritzker,
do your job. Do your job, Congressman.
Yeah, I would deflect too instead of answer those questions. Now, you said earlier, in a response to a question from Chairman Comer, that you have been critical and had been critical of President Biden and his border policies. And you cited a letter, October 2nd, 2023, that you authored. So I pulled the letter, and I was looking for this criticism of the Biden border policy. 3 pages, nothing in there. Now, I'm going to submit for the record so everybody can see it. October 2nd, 2023, letter from J.B. Pritzker to President Biden. Not one mention of being critical of the border.
Without objections, ordered.
Thank you. Now,
Public statements on national programs about this.
It's not your time. Governor Pritzker, it was mentioned earlier, all these rosy statistics about Illinois, but I want to mention a couple that weren't mentioned. Illinois is the leader in outmigration of people leaving the state of Illinois. We've led, for the last 4 years, 5 years, people want to leave the state of Illinois. We lost a congressional seat, as you're well aware. We have the lowest population in the city of Chicago now than in 100 years. People continue to flee Illinois. We have the 5th highest unemployment rate in the country, the 2nd highest property tax rate in the country, the 5th highest illegal immigration population in the country, with over 500,000 illegal immigrants leaving in Illinois. None of that got mentioned before, but that's the reality. And to be honest with you, Governor Pritzker, I wish you didn't have to be here today as my governor. I really do. But unfortunately, because of your failed policies, you have spotlighted Illinois, and that truly is unfortunate, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back in our
Congressman,
last.
half of that is completely false and needs to be corrected, and I will if given the moment to speak. Our population is increasing. We have a higher population as a result of the census that was done in 2020. It was your Republican governor.
Governor, you'll have time to
served in the
answer that.
legislature. You were part of those policies. We are turning the state around.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jack.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the last questioner today, Mr. Walls, I think you're not going to need any more Diet Mountain Dew after this. But do you, just one thing, just to kind of bring this entire hearing back into the perspective, just to help us understand and this committee understand the policies of your administration.
Is Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to point out that under Article 6 of the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause, that by declaring your states sanctuary states, you declared your intent to violate federal law. With that, are you aware that illegal aliens with known ties to terrorist organizations are now residing in the United States? That's a yes or no. Quickly, yes or no. Governor Walz.
I don't have firsthand knowledge, but I would assume
You should
yes.
have. Governor Pritzker.
I know that's been alleged. I don't have firsthand knowledge myself.
You should have. Governor Hochul.
My Joint Terrorism Task Force has surveillance.
Ma'am, that's a yes
We're
or
aware.
no. Either you know or you don't.
We are aware.
That's amazing, considering that the Customs Border Patrol reported just in fiscal year 23, 736 encounters with illegal aliens with ties to terrorist organizations. And there's it's 2.2 million estimated gotaways. We have no idea how many known terrorists are in our country. Do you support the arrest and deportation of illegal aliens with ties to terrorist organizations? So yes or no? Governor Walz.
If due process is given, certainly.
Governor Pritzker.
Exactly. We need
Governor
due
Hochul.
process before we arrest people.
Yes or no?
Anyone involved in a crime, we
Ma'am,
cooperate.
yes or no?
We cooperate when any
Ma'am, yes
crimes
or
are-
no?
We cooperate
We
with any
cannot
crimes.
give a straight answer, and the answer is you're giving safe harbor to people with ties to terrorist organizations. Are you aware of that? Let me tell you. You're shielding members of known terrorist organizations such as MS-13, Tren Aragua, Brown Pride Azteca, Barrios Azteca, Serenos, which is otherwise known as Sur 13, and the 18th Street Gang. Those are designated terrorist organizations. Many of these are the people responsible for bringing fentanyl in that's killed, along with other drugs, killed over 100,000 people per year. We're no longer in a war on drugs. We're involved in a war with drugs. These are casualties. Are you aware that the Department of Homeland Security identified over 400 illegal aliens who were smuggled into the United States with the help of an affiliate of ISIS? Are you aware of that, Governor Walz?
Congressman, I don't have direct knowledge of that.
Well, I'll help you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter to the record article from NBC News. DHS identifies over 400 migrants brought in the United States by an IS-affiliated human smuggling network. Is that a problem?
Without objections ordered.
Does that raise any concern for you?
None of us want terrorists in this country.
Then why are you shielding people here from being picked up by our ICE agents, referring to this as a Gestapo organization? You know, I never want to get up on another morning like I did on September 11th, 2001. There are people in this country who are here with the full intent to do us harm. They came across our borders illegally. 358 of them crossed the northern border into New York. Not all of them into New York, but some of them came through New York. There's arms smuggling across the Canadian border into New York. And you're shielding these people. Are you aware that if just 1/2% of the estimated 15 million, 14.7 million to be exact, that came into our country illegally during the Biden administration, if just 1/2% are tied to criminal organizations or terrorist organizations, that constitutes more than the combined active duty forces of the Army and Marines? Does that not strike you as something that should be of great concern to us?
Since you raised New York, I'd like to answer.
Are you aware?
We cooperate fully with all investigations, particularly terrorists. I mean, you
Well, how do
cannot
you know
say
if they're
9/11 and not invoke
How do you
incredible
know,
emotion
Governor
from us.
Hochul, that they're terrorists if you don't allow people to be picked up who came here illegally to at least give an account for their presence?
We say
How
they
do
should
you
be vetted
know
at the
if they're
border.
not part of that 400 that we know came in through an ISIS-affiliated human smuggling operation? You don't know. You're not even looking into that.
You're pointing to an abject failure of the
I'm
federal
not.
government
I'm
to
not
do its
pointing at
job to
anything.
secure
What
our
I'm
borders.
pointing out here is that your sanctuary policies now constitute a threat to our national security.
We cooperate in all criminal investigations.
You are engaged
Always
in
have, always will.
operations against federal government attempts to enforce federal law that I think now constitutes a threat to our national security, and you're in violation of federal law.
That's 100% false.
And charges for obstruction should be brought against each one of you for doing this. I'll leave that up to the Department of Justice. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chair,
Point of order, point of order. That was intimidation of the witness.
Do you have a point of inquiry?
Yes, I have a point of inquiry.
State your point.
Raising the prospect of charges against witnesses is a form of intimidation, is it not? Thank you. Thank you, and I withdraw the question. I appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
Do you support Hamas's agenda?
Sir, I do not. They are a terrorist organization.
Your administration gave a grant to the Muslim Civic Coalition, which just 2 weeks after October 7th was marching in the streets of Chicago to, quote, stop the U.S.-backed genocide against Gaza. Is that a reflection of your values?
I have spent my life fighting anti-Semitism.
No, I'm asking,
my
is this a reflection of your values?
I'm not sure why you're attacking
Because
me
your
about something in an
administration
organization.
gave money to this organization.
I'm explaining to you that what we do in the state of Illinois is stand up for what we believe are
You didn't
our
have to
rights
give
and
money to
freedoms.
the Muslim Civic Coalition.
People
to
have
march
the
and
right to
call,
express themselves.
to
That-
stop
we-
the
we
U.S.
don't-
backed genocide against Gaza. That was your choice.
I know
that was your
Republicans want to
administration.
take away people's right to free speech. We don't in the state of Illinois, and I
They've
do
got
not
the
believe
right to
that
free
is
speech.
proper.
They don't have the right to tax dollars, and you gave them to them.
You want to take those rights away from people. I understand.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Trump administration isn't serious about public safety.
Mr. Lynch.
Thank you. I just want to update the gentleman on the most recent polls. You're right, the president did have favorable marks on his immigration policy early on, but since these snatch and grabs have started, he's underwater. 54% of the American people oppose him, his current policy, this active policy he's got going on right now. With that, I know, Governor Pritzker, you had a desire to fire back at some of the allegations to you. You have that opportunity now. I yield you as much time as you need, although if you have any left over, you can give it to your colleagues.
Appreciate it, and I am a sharer. I will thank you very much, Congressman, and let me just say that I'm so proud of my state and the way that we have operated, particularly in the last 6.5 years, to protect people. Public safety, so important in our state. I've increased the number of state police in Illinois, actually to highs that didn't exist even before my predecessor, the Republican governor. We also have done a lot to invest in violence prevention. And you've seen the result of that and the fact that we have banned assault weapons, that we have banned ghost guns. I would ask the members of Congress and the members of this committee to work to ban assault weapons across the United States. It worked back in the 1990s. It would work again if you pass it to lower the crime rate, lower the homicide rate. We have so much work to do as a country on immigration reform. And I don't understand why at about 50-50, this Congress is about 50-50 between the two parties. Isn't it about time that you got together and got comprehensive immigration reform done? We've seen it over the last 40 years, attempts along the way. It always fails. Every time it's because of Republican members walking away from the table. You all are in control of the Congress and the presidency. You can get together with Democrats and get something put together that will secure our border and have a big door that allows people to come who are working hard, who will raise families in the United States and help our economy.
Governor Walz, I know you took some incoming today. You got any closing remarks?
That's part of it. I would just say, Chairman Comer, Acting Ranking Member, thank you to you. And I would like those folks sitting behind you and along the wall, thank you to all of you for accommodating this. Chairman, thank you specifically for accommodating our state schedule on budget. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Governor Hochul?
No, thank you for the opportunity again, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Lynch. Not sure what to say after today's experience, almost 8 hours of sitting here and not doing the work of the people of the state of New York, but here's what I want to say. My number one priority has always been and always will be keeping New Yorkers safe. I believe our policies and our laws, as implemented, do. Second point I want to make, I want to express my absolute outrage on what we've seen happen to a U.S. Senator in the United States of America. Regardless of what anyone does, to have someone like that treated like a common criminal as if he was a threat and throw him down and have to handcuff him with 3 people shocks the conscience. And as a former member of this body, I hope we'll all stand up and condemn this and say we can do better. This is a great country. Let's make sure we ensure that it stays great.
Thank you. And Ms. Sky Perriman, I just want to say thank you to you for your help here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And I'm going to assume you all haven't seen the entire tape at the beginning. I'm sure MSM have on American families. Earlier this year in Governor Pritzker's Illinois, a previously deported illegal alien who had re-entered the country was allegedly drunk driving near the University of Illinois when he struck a car sitting at a red light and then fled the scene. The crash killed 2 young women, including Katie Abraham, whose father and stepmother are here today. And this is her poster. Katie had her whole life ahead of her, cut off in an instant. Governor Pritzker, this illegal alien should never have been here. He didn't just flee the scene. He fled the state and was apprehended by federal marshals in Texas using a false name. He now faces criminal charges for reckless homicide, leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, and driving under the influence resulting in death. And he faces a federal indictment for having a fraudulent permanent resident card, a fraudulent Social Security card, and a fraudulent use of passport. Governor Pritzker, do you agree that this illegal alien who killed Katie should never have been in the United States in the first place?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me express my condolences to the family, and those are terrible circumstances. Let me also say that anyone who commits a crime in the state of Illinois.
I understand, Governor. Should that criminal have been here in the first place? Did he have a right to be in this country illegally?
If the person is a criminal of any sort, then they ought to be.
So that person had a right to be in the United States.
They ought to be given their due process rights, and they ought to be convicted. And
the criminal who entered this country illegally, in your testimony, had a right to be in this country.
No, I'm suggesting to you that when and I have responsibility for the state of Illinois, I can tell you that it's the responsibility of the federal government to manage immigration in this country. And if you're suggesting that the federal government didn't do its job, that is up to you.
Let me ask you this, Governor.
I can tell you that in the
do you
state of
believe
Illinois,
do you believe that President Biden did his job in securing the border?
I was critical of things that President Biden did. I think I've been very public about that. I wrote a letter to the president telling him that.
Okay. Thank you. Now I recognize is Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Pritzker, do you know how much illegal immigration costs your state each year?
No, sir, I do not.
Costs over $780 per family per year. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And may I ask, what do you mean by the cost?
That is a lot of money for
the cost of illegal
your state.
immigration.
Let me ask you, do you know who Franklin Jose Pena Ramos is?
Are you talking about the federal government's cost to the state of Illinois as a result of the failed
Ramos is?
Immigration policy?
It's a yes or no question. I'll take that as a no. Do you know who Jose Martinez Rangel is?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't. You should. Those are two men who came into this country illegally, raped and murdered 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary in my home state of Texas. Do you think that elected officials should have welcomed them into our communities?
Sir, before they committed a crime, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Do you think that they should have been welcomed into our communities? That's a very straightforward question.
Someone who commits murder, no. Someone who commits murder should be apprehended.
Why did you state during Biden's border crisis that illegal aliens, quote, should have been welcomed and helped by elected officials?
When you say illegal aliens,
I'm asking
these
you,
are people who are given
welcomed
asylum.
and helped into our communities.
People who are
That's an
asylum
easy
seekers.
yes or no question.
Well, you're mischaracterizing them.
It is your position that they should have been welcomed into our communities. Is that correct?
There were asylum
That's from your
seekers who were
own
here
statement.
legally.
And
There
then
were
they went
asylum
on and
seekers.
murdered and raped 12-year-old Jocelyn.
Someone who
Nungary.
commits murder should be held accountable. We do that in the state.
And
of
you think
Illinois.
they should have been welcomed into our communities before they did?
I don't know how you can tell before somebody commits a crime
You can
that they are
secure
going
the
to
border
commit the
and
crime.
not let illegal aliens come into our communities. Do you support abolishing ICE?
Asylum seekers.
Do you support abolishing ICE?
No, I believe we need an immigration force in the United States.
You
In
don't.
fact,
You believe a budget is a moral document. Is that correct?
I do.
You do. You tweeted that. Your administration gave $12,000 to the Organized Communities Against Deportations, which just this past month was marching in the streets of Chicago with signs saying abolish ICE. Do you support this?
I do not.
Is this a
support
reflection of
abolishing
your
an
moral
immigration
values?
force.
Is this a reflection of your moral values?
I do not support abolishing an immigration force.
That's good to hear.
From the moment that I met her 37 years ago, I started falling in love with her. And what I have learned during the many years that we've been married is that true love will continually find new roots upon which to anchor and grow. And I thought I knew all the ways that I loved her. I had watched and learned from her a real partnership in marriage, in raising our kids, and in building the lasting foundations of a happy life together. But then we started down this crazy adventure of a road of running for governor and serving our state. And my love for my wife found new anchors. I see her smiling at families watching the parades, or bidding against me for the prize steer at the state fair, or sitting across from me at our kitchen table advocating for incarcerated women, or writing a book about our state's history and the governor's mansion. And I see this beautiful, accomplished woman, the mother of our amazing children, has found in this experience new ways in which to make this world better. And all I can think is, no man has been as lucky as I am to be loved by a woman like her. So I want to reshape your thoughts about the $100 million. It's not I know it's been talked about something that's Trump-proofing. That's not really what it is, right? I mean, if you were to Trump-proof the state, it would cost an awful lot more than that, because he's really attacked state government all over the country. The $100 million is really allows us on a short-term basis to deal with problems like we saw in February. You may remember, some of you, that the Trump administration and DOGE cut off funds that were already owed to the state to things like preschools, Head Start. And when you stop paying the bills, remember, we put the money, Head Start programs, those preschool programs, they spend the money because they know the federal government is going to reimburse them. That's how that program works. Well, all of a sudden, the reimbursement didn't come. And so what are you going to do for the next day? How are you going to pay for the next week if the money didn't come in for last week? And so that's the problem that we face. Now, they eventually, because we complained, because we started to take them to court, they finally released at least most of that money. But the damage was done to a lot of organizations. So what we did in response to that, and you could call this Trump-proofing, is we created this $100 million fund that's really there to help us fund, in the absence of the federal government sending the money on time, to fund those programs while we are fighting to make sure that we actually get the money that's owed. So that's what, it can't cover what we're talking about here. And I've said this many times, and it's frustrating as all heck to even look at all of you and tell you that we can't fill in the hole that they are digging for us. We can't. All we can do is find the best way we can to feed as many people as we can who need it, who are having these things taken away from them, to provide health care to people who need it, who are having it taken away from them. And honestly, I don't think this is going to change a whole lot until the end of this administration, which is going to come, but it is going to come in 3.5 years. Yeah. And so we're going to all have, that's why this is so important, this conversation is so important. This is not a month or 6 months, it's 3.5 years.
Thanks, everybody.
Yep, thank you. Yes, hi, Shia.
Hi, I have 2 national questions, if you don't mind.
National questions, okay.
World questions.
World questions,
Yeah.
okay.
One, Kamala Harris said she will not be running for governor. Do you think she's the right person to be traveling around the country, promoting candidates during 2026, or should she lay low?
Oh, Kamala Harris is an amazing spokesperson. And, you know, she's achieved so much in her lifetime and electoral success before she ran for president. And she's somebody that has helped get other people elected at times in her life. So I think she's a terrific spokesperson, and I think she speaks to a lot of the challenges that everyday Americans are experiencing. So frankly, those of us who believe that we need change in this country right now, need all the help that we can get to try to overcome what's ahead and to win in the 2026 elections. And so I welcome her to that fight.
Were you at all surprised by the economic numbers that came out the other day, given the Trump tariffs, the confusion about the economy. We saw some GDP growth. Were you surprised, and in your opinion, does that mean we're on the right track?
Let me just say, I think people do need to pay attention to what the tariffs meant and why you saw economic growth. Look, I'm hopeful. Let me start with this. I hope that we're on the right track. I hope that the economy is, in fact, going to grow. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that it does. I will say, though, that remember that the threat of tariffs, if you're a business, what did you do when you knew there was 90 days from now or 60 days from now or 30 days from now the tariffs are going to be put in place? What are you doing? You go buy as much of the inventory that you need in order to carry out your business now before the tariffs get put in, because you know they're coming in 30, 60, 90 days. And so what did that do in Q2, in the second quarter of the year? It meant that a lot of buying going on, which looks like great economic activity. So the question, I guess, that we all are going to have to ask ourselves is, and watch for, is, okay, now we're in Q3, the third quarter of the year. Are those businesses still buying at the rate that they were buying in Q2, or was that just a momentary blip because people were preparing for the damage that they know is coming to their supply chain now? So we'll see. Again, I'm more like hoping is what I would say, that we're on the right track, and that in fact what I've just said doesn't turn out to be true. But I can say, at least from my own experience as a business person and my many conversations with businesses, that is what many people are doing, and I think that was part of what we saw in the economic growth numbers in Q2. And so let's keep a close eye on Q3.
Accountable.
What conversations have you had about sticking together, knowing what happened in 2021, where this holdout ended after 38 days because some Democrats defected?
So, look, I mean, I think we've discussed this among ourselves enough times that I hope everyone understands that this is not 2021. The world that we're living in today is vastly different. The threats to not only our state, but to our entire country, but the very concept of what America is, this is a different day. The danger that is posed to the American people is not the same. If Donald Trump is allowed to do this, if he is allowed to once again cheat and get away with it, there is no stopping this. This will spread across the country. And just as people say it is distasteful for blue states to do this as well, but this will occur everywhere. Because if one person's going to cheat and no one's going to stop it, why doesn't everyone just do it then? And that is not a society, that is not an America that works for everybody. Everyone is already tired of the hyper-partisan bickering and all the fighting, because we never get anything done. And they are creating a system that will reinforce that and make it even worse. And we're telling people, please come out, stand up against it, rise up and say no more, enough.
Was there a moment that set this in motion? When did you all collectively decide to see?
So look, there's not a single moment. And throughout this process, Democrats repeatedly tried to work with Republicans on this, asking them, please, could you just at least show us the maps? Could you at least give us an idea of what you're thinking about, what you're doing? Could you please just at least file the bill to do the flooding relief? Just do something. Stop hiding the ball. Stop doing things in secret. Stop shutting people down. Stop not trying to silence our communities, but actually be effective in silencing the communities, because after they gave 48 hours after they finally revealed the maps, for the public to drive 6-7 hours across the state to come testify. And they were given 2 minutes each, and some people waited 15 hours to testify. And we didn't even finish the testimony. And we asked them, could you please go out and ask? And they said, this is not, the people who testified are not reflective of the opinions of the people of the state of Texas. Then I said, why don't you go out and do more hearings and let people have their say? They refused. because this entire thing is corrupt. It's a sham process. It's just meant to just have the tiny amount of transparency that they can pretend that's there, and then they hide the ball and get away with whatever they want to get away with. If they are allowed to go unchecked, if this is allowed to go unchecked, this is going to spread across our country and rip it apart.
Representative, can you tell us how many people are here, how many representatives are here, and how many might be coming from New York and Boston?
I would have to go with the numbers.
Governor, would you, as a private citizen or through your Think Big America organization, or urging the DPI, would you cover the $500 a day fines that add up when the Texas legislators are missing?
Look, what they're doing is the right thing. They have a right to raise money, by the way, to support their endeavor. And I'll be clear, I haven't done that. We've done everything in terms of logistics to support, to welcome them. And again, I continue to support the endeavor that they've undertaken here. Others have already done some of that.
Do you think you're going to financially support them as this goes on?
I can't answer that. I can only tell you that I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that they're welcome here, that they have the ability to stay as long as they need to and want to, and we're glad that they're here.
And frankly, there's no need, because the outpouring of support from people, from Americans around the country, the outpouring support, like since we've landed, I have gotten, my phone has not stopped ringing of people texting us, like, keep going, tell us what you need, give me the donation link.
What is the donation link, by the way? Yeah, we'll know that in a moment.
To beat this, you would have to stay out of the state serially for months, potentially. Are you committed to doing that if it's as corrupt and undemocratic as you say? And if you're not certain, is there value in slowing this down rather than stopping it?
Yeah, so again, we don't know what the next steps are. We're trying to take this day by day. We have never given up trying to talk to our colleagues on the other side. We've never stopped trying to have negotiations and try to work out something that will actually benefit the people of Texas. And we will continue to do that. We'll continue to try. And again, I don't care what it is. The people here are risking their lives, are risking their safety. We had the Attorney General has threatened us. The governor has threatened us. We have members of our body have threatened us. And people take this very seriously. And people are committed to doing what it takes. And that's it.
What are the next steps? What are the next steps? Are you gonna be here tomorrow, raising more awareness about this? How are you gonna still attend to the duties of the people in Texas? Aside, or like what are the next steps for you all?
No, I think.
No, I mean like the regular legislative duties and all that, like for folks in your district. Like what are the next steps here, basically? For you?
I don't understand.
Day by day activity.
Yeah.
Day by day.
Well, we will have morning. We'll have press releases in the morning. And we'll tell you what we're doing.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Leader Wu. Good evening, everyone. A big thanks first to the DuPage County Democrats and their chair, Reed McCollum, for making this space available and hosting us here this evening. We're here to welcome the Texas House of Representatives Democratic Caucus and its leader, Gene Wu, to the great state of Illinois. I was honored to host all of you, a group of you, about 9 days ago, and to learn about the challenges that you might potentially face. And frankly, I wish that we were greeting you under better circumstances today. But instead, we know that you are making great sacrifices to resist the power grab that's being perpetrated by Donald Trump, by Governor Abbott, and by Texas Republicans. You are answering one of the most challenging calls of public service that has ever been asked of you. And you've had to leave behind your families, your full-time jobs, your communities, and you did it to protect the voting rights of the people that you represent and voters all across this nation. Tonight, along with the Speaker of the Illinois House, the President of the Illinois Senate, and millions of Illinoisans, we are very pleased to welcome you and to stand in solidarity with you and send a clear message to all Americans. We will not let power go unchecked. or let your voices and their voices go unheard. Over the past few months, my political team and I have been in direct and regular contact with the Texas Democratic Caucus. In late June, I was able to spend time with the Texas Democratic Party Chair, Kendall Scudder, who traveled all the way from Dallas to prepare for this exact possibility. Last week, I was honored to host Chair Wu and members of his delegation for a frank discussion about what was at stake and how Illinois could help. I want to level set with you about what is happening in Texas and how it affects us all, and why we are grateful that our friends from Texas are here tonight. Since Donald Trump came into office, he has taken calculated and explicit steps to grab unprecedented power and to silence his dissenters. He has ignored federal orders, federal court orders, encroached on states' rights, and he has strained our Constitution. As his cruel agenda reared its ugly head, Trump saw his poll numbers tanking and has begun to see that Republicans will likely lose control of Congress in 2026. When you try to tear health care away from veterans and seniors and people with disabilities, and stop food assistance for the most vulnerable working families in America, and raise prices on everyday groceries, all to fund tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, then voters are likely going to throw your party out. So Trump came up with a new scheme, rig the system, by ramming through a corrupt mid-decade redistricting plan that would steal 5 congressional seats, silencing millions of voices, especially Black and Latino voters. Let's be clear, this is not just rigging the system in Texas. It's about rigging the system against the rights of all Americans for years to come. Now, Texas Republicans submitted to the president's orders and took steps to advance Trump's Texas takeover. And while Texas Democrats have been trying to work across the aisle to deliver disaster relief after the devastating floods in central Texas, Republicans chose to use the tragedy as political cover to cheat. That brings us to today. Texas Democrats were left no choice but to leave their home state, block a vote from taking place, and protect their constituents. This is a righteous act of courage, and we can all take a page from these leaders' playbook. When you show people that you have the will to fight, well, they can muster the will to fight too. That's right. Courage is contagious. I am very proud that Illinois Democrats have been in this fight from day one of Donald Trump's presidency. In the coming days and weeks, Illinois will partner with the Texas House Democratic Caucus to put a spotlight on the danger that Trump and Texas Republicans pose to all Americans. To be in public office right now is to constantly ask yourself, how do I make sure that we're standing on the right side of history? There's a simple answer. The wrong side of history will always tell you to be afraid. That's right. The right side of history will always expect you to be courageous. Expect courage from people around you, and it will show up. Expect fear, and fear will rule the day. Let the courage of these leaders be an example to the rest of the country. I'm proud to stand side by side with our friends from Texas today, and we'd be happy to take your questions.
Hey, Governor.
Mr. Wu, can you talk about what is going?
Hey, Governor, just wanted to get your reaction to something.
Jeremy.
John Curran, the Illinois Senate Republican leader, he issued a statement today. He called your hosting of the Texas Democrats, quote, the height of hypocrisy, end quote, since you had supported independent map making and pledged to veto a gerrymandered map. He also called the state's Illinois' current congressional map shameless in its attempt to remove choice from voters. He said Illinois Democrats should be focused on strengthening democracy here in our state with fair maps instead of chasing national headlines by intervening in other states. What's your reaction to everything that Leader Curran said about this matter?
Well, let me be clear. We passed a map in Illinois that follows the Constitution, and that is not what Governor Abbott is trying to do in Texas. We believe that the people of Texas deserve to have fair representation and not to have the game changed in the middle of the decade. There already is litigation about the original map that they put in place. Now they want to change it again. That no doubt will end up being litigated too, but let me be clear that they are attempting to cheat. And you know, I think we all know Donald Trump is a cheater. Yeah. So is the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, in so many ways. And we here in Illinois believe that we're, what is 2025? We've had elections now for, the 5 years that this map has been in place. We want to continue to have those fair elections. And we're proud of the fact that Democrats do better than Republicans in those districts where they're hyper-competitive, frankly. And we won in virtually every one of those districts that was competitive.
But when you look at a map that's 14-3.
Yeah, but you're talking about the outcome, Paris. You're talking about the outcome. Look, the fact that we are very good in Illinois about delivering for the people of Illinois and that people react to that and vote for our candidates is very different than cheating mid-decade by rewriting the rules because their cult leader, Donald Trump, tells them to do it.
And with that, it is now my honor to pass it over to a true champion for democracy, who also happens to be the best governor in the nation, Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I really am so pleased to welcome DNC Chair Ken Martin, along with Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher and Congressman Al Green, all, of course, from the state of Texas. And we're here, of course, because Texas House Democrats are demonstrating what it means to fight for the preservation of our constitutional republic. Donald Trump, Governor Abbott, Texas Republicans, well, they know that they're headed toward a loss of the Congress in 2026. They're afraid, and they should be. Because when you try to tear health care away from veterans and seniors, from children and people with disabilities, when you raise tariff taxes on groceries and beer and automobiles, when you let poor and working class families go hungry, when you allow smokestack industries to pollute the air and remove safety standards from food producers, well, all so that you can give a massive tax break to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Bill Ackman, well, frankly, you'd better watch out. You're going to lose your elections. So they've decided that the only way to save themselves is to cheat, to change the rules in the middle of the game. And what do MAGA Republicans in Texas do when Donald Trump ignores, well, his oath of office and theirs, and when they're taking it upon themselves to thwart the will of the American people? Well, they say, when Donald Trump calls, they say, "Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Happy to lick your boot, sir." When Donald Trump says jump, Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton say, "How high?" They don't care that they're violating the Voting Rights Act and racially gerrymandering their state. Well, they're hoping they can rob the bank and get away before anyone notices. Texas Republicans are trying to diminish the voting power of their own constituents, and in doing so, diminish the rights of Illinoisans and all Americans. Texas House Democrats are putting their lives on hold and their livelihoods at risk because they don't want to live in a country where the president rigs elections for his side. That's not democracy. That's not America. To be in public office right now is to constantly ask yourself, how do I make sure that we're standing on the right side of history? Well, there's a simple answer. The wrong side of history will always tell you to be afraid. And the right side of history will always expect you to be courageous. Texas House Democrats are leading the way in choosing courage and country over politics and party. That's what it means to fight for what's right. And I love this country too. And I love it so much that I'm going to fight for it too, right alongside my heroes, the Texas House Democrats. So the state of Illinois is proud to stand side by side with these brave Texas Democrats, heroes in the battle to save our democracy.
We got room for a few more questions, right over there.
If I can, Governor, just to follow up on a question from earlier.
Sure.
Can you just level set for people? There are 3 Republicans in the state delegation here in Illinois. You can't undo what is happening in Texas if that is successful with the 5 Republicans that would be added there. What's the extent of the pushback that you could have here in Illinois on what's happening in Texas?
Look, number one, we're very happy to host these heroes and stand up with them and for them. Here in the state of Illinois, it is possible to redistrict. It's not something that I want to do. It's not something that any of us want to have to do. We're hoping that this will be successful, that the fact that there's no quorum in Texas will be successful. But once again, we're fighting for democracy. There are no rules anymore, apparently. And so we're going to have to play by the set of rules that, well, that are being set out in front of us, which, frankly, none of us believes is the right way to operate. And what Congressman Green said is right. This is unconstitutional. This is about standing up for people's voting rights and standing up for black and brown people who are going to be iced out by what Donald Trump and Greg Abbott are trying to do. So here in Illinois, we'll do everything that we can to support that endeavor. I know you all want to take pictures of the butter cow, so I'll get out of the way as fast as I can. Jeremy. Let me be clear, they're welcome. These lawmakers are welcome in the state of Illinois. So are Texas Rangers. They can go visit the lakefront in Chicago. They can come to the state fair, but they're not arresting and taking anybody away from Illinois. As to the FBI, there is no federal law that prevents the legislators from Texas from coming to the state and spending their time here and breaking quorum in the state of Texas. There's been a civil warrant issued by none other than the Republican Speaker of the House of Texas. A civil warrant, as you know, does not allow the Texas Rangers or anybody in Texas to grab anybody outside of the state of Texas. So we're very proud to have them here. Frankly, they're heroes. These are people who are standing up for democracy, and we're going to do everything we can to protect them while they're here in our state. So, as you know, as you pointed out, there was a bomb threat this morning at a hotel that some of them are staying at. Last night there was a right-wing podcaster who took a video of where they're staying, posted it, put a map up to point out exactly what hotel they're at. That happened before the bomb threat was issued. And I have to say, we've had to react from a law enforcement perspective here in the state by calling our state police, local law enforcement, making sure that they're protecting the people who are staying at that hotel, including the Texas visitors that we have. And so that's state law enforcement. Whenever there is a law that is broken, and a law was broken, they're doing an investigation. They're going to seek out, hunt down, and find the perpetrators. Yes, sir. It's never too late, Peter. And the truth is that, we're going to think about all the options. We've already taken one of those options, I think you're aware, which is about 6 weeks ago, I talked about the possibility that Texas House Democrats would, in fact, have to leave their state. And I made it clear to them, and as I have for the last 6 weeks, that they're welcome in the state of Illinois. They took us up on that invitation. They could have really gone anywhere. I think they chose Illinois because they know that we will protect them, that there's a safe haven here in the state. And so I'm very proud to have them.
Governor, you said last night on TV that Illinois' current maps are legal. But how do they comport with your promise to sign a fair map? And how are Illinois' current maps good?
Look, I think we should have an independent commission. We should have one nationally so that there's no dispute about it. But when they throw the rule book out, as Donald Trump and Greg Abbott have, when Republican states are more often gerrymandering than Democratic states are, and when Democratic states have already, some of them had independent commissions, it seems like all bets are off. We've got to consider all the options when they're trying to take democracy away. Look, there are 5 districts in Texas that Donald Trump says he is entitled to have turned over to Republicans. You know what those 5 districts are? They're 5 districts that are legal under the Voting Rights Act, that are represented by black and brown people and represent black and brown people. And I might say that when we passed our maps here, fully legal, compliant constitutionally and with the Voting Rights Act. And so I'm very proud of that fact, and proud of the fact that the people of Texas, the Democrats from Texas that are here, are standing up for the democratic principles that we believe in the state of Illinois. John.
But the president said they did it to us. Didn't Illinois do it to the Republicans? Like you signed
you all know that there is a decennial census that takes place in this country, and right after a decennial census, you redraw the maps in a state. It happens. Sometimes it gets done more politically, sometimes it gets done by an independent commission, but it happens. Usually, in this case, it was in 2021. The truth is that now you've got Donald Trump and Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton and John Cornyn all saying that, oh no, we're going to break the rules, we're going to go in the middle of the decennial, the decade that we're in, and we're going to redistrict in 2025. They're only doing that for one reason. It's because they know they're going to lose in 2026 if they don't breach the rules, if they don't cheat. And we know that especially Donald Trump is a cheater. He's cheated people out of money. He's defrauded people out of money. He's cheated on his wives. He's willing to cheat the American people out of their votes. Ben. Look, first of all, I stand up for our police, always have. We've built an Illinois State Police that's larger than it's been in many, many years. And they deserve to have the same rules applied to them as are applied to police all over the state of Illinois. And that's all that this bill did. Secondly, the mayor never once called me, or as far as I know, any legislators, to oppose that bill or to ask for any changes in that bill. And, you know, when a municipality that's affected by some piece of legislation doesn't speak up about it, opposing it, then how can people know that the mayor opposes it? And he didn't until, after it passed. I know that some of the members of his administration have said so. I really don't know that the mayor himself opposes it. What I know is that we have helped the Chicago police get fairness in their contract. Yes, sir. I absolutely favor, if we can get rid of any kind of partisan gerrymandering across the entire United States all at once, I absolutely favor that. Let me remind you that when Nikki Budzinski was running in her district for the very first time, when Eric Sorensen was running, these are all in 2022, everybody said those were competitive races. So you can't tell me that these were drawn so that only Democrats could win. There are often races, there are certainly areas where you're probably not going to have a lot of competition because there is no way to draw a map that is hyper competitive. But those are 2 examples of, even you reported on the competitive nature of those races. And so I think we have to all remind ourselves that just because a map ends up with one party having more seats than another does not mean that it was gerrymandered or that there was anything wrong with what happened. But I'll remind you that there are 2 reasons why what they're doing in Texas is wrong. First, they're violating the Voting Rights Act. And second, they are redrawing these maps in the middle of a decade when they should have and could have stuck to the map that they put in place in 2021, which is, I admit, in court now, but it's the one that people have been getting elected on, well, for the last 4 years. Sir, I want to call, yeah. Yes, sir. You know, I haven't looked at it. I honestly, these are rules of the House that they'll have to determine for themselves. I understand, but I mean, I think the House will make a determination about what they want, put that out. As you said, there's a bill. I haven't looked at it. I don't have an opinion about it today. Sure. Oh, sorry, Mike. I haven't gotten anything from Mike. Yeah. I mean, this is more cruelty from an administration that consistently demonstrates that it does not care about people, that it will bring cruelty to an issue that frankly requires us to have some regard for humanity. You can see what happened. Alligator Alcatraz it's reprehensible what they're doing. It's also reprehensible that they take people off the streets, that you don't your family doesn't get notified, right? Your habeas corpus rights are taken away, and you end up in a gulag in El Salvador. This is just more of the same. Thanks, everyone.
We're going to do a quick group picture here, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from members of the media? Jeremy.
Hey, Governor, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Today, you may have seen or heard that President Trump said that he would consider sending the National Guard into Chicago, describing Chicago as a disaster. This is obviously in context of what he wants to do in Washington, D.C. He then insulted you and Mayor Johnson, Brandon Johnson. And he also talked about you being a possible presidential contender. For example, he said, he commented on how you lost weight, a telltale sign that you're considering running for president. I guess number one, can you do anything to prevent what President Trump's saying about bringing the National Guard to Chicago? And number two, what's your reaction to everything else that the president said today?
Well, first of all, let's start with there is, even you're laughing, I agree. No, I know, no commentary on your part. Let's start with, there is a law on the books confirmed by the Constitution called posse comitatus. And it means that the federal government does not have a right to send soldiers into American cities for the purpose of, well, for any purpose really, but specifically to fight crime, let's say. And that is what he's suggesting that he will do, violate that law. It's not surprising to me that he suggests violating the law. He's done it many times and been convicted of it 34 times. And so I would just say he has absolutely no right and no legal ability to send troops in to the city of Chicago, and so I reject that notion. As to everything else that he had to say this morning, I guess I should say thank you for the compliment. And you have to remember that I reject criticism and don't really want to respond to criticism from Donald Trump, who inherited his money and then went bankrupt 6 times and then defrauded his business partners. And by the way, he cheats at golf too. So look, I believe that, I have had a successful business career, I know that, and I chose to run for governor because I believed that our state was headed in the wrong direction. And we have righted the ship. We have a lot more work to do, but we've done a whole lot to make sure that we're keeping people safe and improving people's income levels and attracting business to the state. And by the way, we've balanced the budget 7 times in a row, and we've raised the minimum wage. And we have a whole lot more work to do, no doubt about it, but I think my intentions are clear, and unlike the president, I'm not trying to make money off of my public position.
So when you were asked in that Meet the Press interview yesterday that aired about whether you're ruling in or ruling out a bid for the presidency, you said, quote, no matter what decisions I make, and I mean in particular about what I do here in the state of Illinois, is about the people of Illinois. Indeed, any future decisions of mine will always be guided by that.
Yeah.
So my question is, if you were to decide to pursue the White House, where exactly do the people you are asking to elect you to a third term fit in? Like, where does Illinois fit in with all this? Why shouldn't they feel that you are using their goodwill as a stepping stone for you to seek higher office?
The only decision that I have made is the decision to run for re-election as governor. That's the decision that I've made about my political future. Frankly, I love the job that I have now. I'm working very hard at it. I want to continue to work hard at it. I hope that I get remembered someday for having done good things for the state of Illinois, and I want to follow the course of the things that we've already put in place and many things that we still need to do. And so I love the state of Illinois, and my comments about anything else really were that I am guided to a large degree in almost everything I do in my life about what I think is best for the people of the state of Illinois, and I'm going to continue to be guided by that. Yeah. Sarah.
I know that you said that President Trump doesn't have the right or legal right to take over Chicago.
Yep.
But what if he does it?
I'm sorry, what if he tries to do it? Yeah. Yeah, well, you've seen that he doesn't follow the law. I mean, we all know that. He sent National Guard troops into Los Angeles illegally. That is now being litigated in court. You know, he's lost already in court over that issue, but it's continuing to be litigated. I think today or tomorrow that trial will begin. It's a 3-day trial over that issue. So, you know, what I can say is that it's clear to me and to most legal experts that he just does not have the right or ability to do it. Having said that, I've said from the very beginning, I mean, the man was first elected, I have talked about the fact that the Nazis in Germany in the 30s tore down a constitutional republic in just 53 days. It does not take much, frankly, and we have a president who seems hell-bent on doing just that.
And then to a different subject about the Bears going to Arlington Heights. I know they're still looking for some.
You can see the variety of things that we cover. Yeah, it's one thing I love about the job. Yeah.
Looking for some state help in terms of legislation on property taxes. Where do you stand on that, and what do you think about them looking like they're?
Look, I'm a Bears fan. I'd like the Bears to stay in the city of Chicago if they could. They're a private business. They can choose to do what they like with their business. I do not think that the taxpayers of the state of Illinois should be propping up what now is an $8.5 billion valued business. They seem to be doing okay for themselves. And I just don't think, you know, that obviously all of us, we build roads for everybody, no matter who you are. You know, we support business coming to or staying in the state of Illinois. But that's not something that the state of Illinois government needs to do for the Chicago Bears. They're already here. I don't think they want to leave the state of Illinois. And again, I'd rather they stayed in the city of Chicago, but if they choose to move to Arlington Heights, that's their choice, and I'm going to, you know, support their right to do that.
But specifically on that bill,
Yeah.
the property tax bill, that's not going anywhere?
I understand what you're talking about, and I would just say that there's a bill, it applies to much more than just the Chicago Bears. So that it isn't about the Chicago Bears. There are a whole lot of places where there can be benefit to the pilot bill. And so, you know, we're going to evaluate what the costs are for the people of Illinois to do this, the benefits that come from attracting businesses as a result of providing that ability to use those tax dollars. Again, they're sort of designed, just so you know, these programs like that and like the Star Bond program, if you know what that is, are designed to take property in areas where there isn't any sales tax at all, because there's nothing in those properties or on those properties, and to use those sales taxes that would come and will come as a result of the development to support the creation of the development, because the long-term benefit to the people of Illinois is there. And so, again, it's not always appropriate. We're still evaluating the legislation that you're talking about, but yes, it's something we're considering. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Governor Russell was out with the Herald.
Hi, Russell.
You had spoken a few times about everything being on the table regarding redistricting in Illinois if what happens in Texas happens. I had a piece over the weekend about whether Illinois actually, the congressional districts could be redrawn any more than they already are to benefit Democrats and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle at the state level question whether that was even possible. What's your opinion on could they be, the congressional districts be redrawn further to help Democrats? And is it something you're sincere about?
Yeah, I try to be sincere about everything that I say. But let me begin by saying that I have no desire to redistrict the state of it. It's not something that I had considered. We do this, once every 10 years, the decennial census tells us what the population movement has been in a state, and then we have to draw a map to decide the representation, and we do that usually in a year ending in 1, so it was 2021, we'll do it again in 2031. And that's how it's done. It's how it's supposed to be done in every state across the United States. Very, very rarely does it get redrawn in the middle, and it's usually something drastic that has occurred that requires that. This is not something drastic. They are trying to cheat and do it in the middle of the decade. Why? Because Donald Trump demanded of his lackeys that they do this in Texas, and they are basically licking his boots to get it done. And they're threatening to arrest people who are standing up for our democracy. And it isn't just in the state of Texas, just so everybody understands. If they're able to do this in Texas, they're trying to redraw the congressional districts. That affects all of us. They know, the Republicans know, they're going to lose in 2026. That's what they know, because the big ugly bill that they passed, hyper unpopular. The things that they are doing to people's health care and education, the things that they're doing to take away food assistance from the most vulnerable people in our society are very unpopular with the American public. They did it so they could give a massive tax break to the wealthiest people in the country. That too is unpopular. So in order to try to maintain control of the Congress in that circumstance, they're essentially trying to cheat and take districts away. And who are they taking them away from? Black and brown people. They're violating the Voting Rights Act to do it. So as far as I'm concerned, we all need to be standing with the people who are standing against this, and I stand against it, but in particular the Texas House Democrats who are visiting, spending time here in Illinois because they're being threatened in Texas. They're standing up to do the right thing. Can we redistrict in Illinois? Sure, we could redistrict. It's possible. And that's not something I want to do. But you can't, in the face of them throwing the rule book out, you can't say we're going to live by a set of rules, but they're not. That I'm sorry, but we shouldn't do that anymore, because that's what Donald Trump's been doing his entire career, is relying upon Democrats to live by the rules while he breaks the rules. And he's forced us to have to consider doing things that I don't think any Democrat that I know has really considered doing, and this is one of those things.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
I know that you said that President Trump doesn't have the right or legal right to take over Chicago.
Yep.
But what if he does it?
I'm sorry, what if he tries to do it? Yeah. Yeah, well, you've seen that he doesn't follow the law. I mean, we all know that. He sent National Guard troops into Los Angeles illegally. That is now being litigated in court. He's lost already in court over that issue, but it's continuing to be litigated. I think today or tomorrow that trial will begin. It's a 3-day trial over that issue. So, what I can say is that it's clear to me and to most legal experts that he just does not have the right or ability to do it. Having said that, I've said from the very beginning, I mean, the man was first elected. I have talked about the fact that the Nazis in Germany in the 30s tore down a constitutional republic in just 53 days. It does not take much, frankly, and we have a president who seems hell-bent on doing just that. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Governor Russell was out with the Herald.
Hi, Russell.
You had spoken a few times about everything being on the table regarding redistricting in Illinois if what happens in Texas happens. I had a piece over the weekend about whether Illinois actually, the congressional districts, could be redrawn any more than they already are to at the state level questioned whether that was even possible. What's your opinion on, could they be, the congressional districts be drawn further to help Democrats? And is it something you're sincere about?
Yeah, I try to be sincere about everything that I say. But let me begin by saying that I have no desire to redistrict the state of it. It's not something that I had considered. We do this, once every 10 years, the decennial census tells us what the population movement has been in a state, and then we have to draw a map to decide the representation, and we do that usually in a year ending in 1, so it was 2021, we'll do it again in 2031. And that's how it's done. So it's supposed to be done in every state across the United States. Very, very rarely does it get redrawn in the middle, and it's usually something drastic that has occurred that requires that. This is not something drastic. They are trying to cheat and do it in the middle of the decade. Why? Because Donald Trump demanded of his lackeys that they do this in Texas, and they are basically licking his boots to get it done. And they're threatening to arrest people who are standing up for our democracy. And it isn't just in the state of Texas, just so everybody understands. If they're able to do this in Texas, they're trying to redraw the congressional districts. That affects all of us. They know, the Republicans know, they're going to lose in 2026. That's what they know, because the big ugly bill that they passed, hyper unpopular. The things that they are doing to people's health care and education, the things that they're doing to take away food assistance from the most vulnerable people in our society are very unpopular with the American public. They did it so they could give a massive tax break to the wealthiest people in the country. That too is unpopular. So in order to try to maintain control of the Congress in that circumstance, they're essentially trying to cheat and take districts away. And who are they taking them away from? Black and brown people. They're violating the Voting Rights Act to do it. So as far as I'm concerned, we all need to be standing with the people who are standing against this, and I stand against it, but in particular the Texas House Democrats who are visiting, spending time here in Illinois because they're being threatened in Texas. They're standing up to do the right thing. Can we redistrict in Illinois? Sure, we could redistrict. It's possible. And that's not something I want to do. But you can't, in the face of them throwing the rule book out, you can't say we're going to live by a set of rules, but they're not. That I'm sorry, but we shouldn't do that anymore, because that's what Donald Trump's been doing his entire career, is relying upon Democrats to live by the rules while he breaks the rules. And he's forced us to have to consider doing things that I don't think any Democrat that I know has really considered doing, and this is one of those things.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, everyone. To the pundits and the critics about what direction the National Democratic Party needs to go, I say, take a look at Illinois Democrats. Yes, winning elections is partly about messaging and strategy, but it's mostly about values and delivering on them. And our values are exactly where they ought to be. So it's time to stop apologizing when we're not wrong. And it's time to stop surrendering when we need to fight. And yes, folks, we are messing with Texas. Our farmers and small businesses don't deserve to be bankrupted by Trump's tariff wars. Our working class families don't deserve to lose their health care because Republicans in Congress want to hand a massive tax cut to billionaires. Our federal workers don't deserve to have some 19-year-old DOGE bro called Big Balls destroy their careers. Kids and adults with autism, loving contributors to our society, don't deserve to be stigmatized by a weird Nepo baby who once stashed a dead bear in the backseat of his car. Immigrants who are obeying the law and paying their taxes, hoping one day to become U.S. citizens, don't deserve to be grabbed off the street and shipped off to Libya without due process. Our brave soldiers don't deserve to be told by a washed-up Fox TV commentator who drank too much and committed sexual assault before being appointed Secretary of Defense that they can't serve this country simply because they're black or gay or a woman. And it is time to end the corruption in the Oval Office. No more gifts from foreign nations. No more bribes from media companies to get mergers approved. No more weaponizing the U.S. Department of Justice to persecute political enemies. No more firing of agency watchdogs or heads of the IRS or labor data statisticians because they refuse to lie for him when Trump doesn't tell the truth. Corruption has taken over the federal government, and it's got to stop. Now, if it sounds like I'm becoming contemptuous of the MAGA Republicans in Washington, it's because I am. They are an affront to every value this country was founded upon. There's a dark hopelessness in our national politics right now. But make no mistake, we have lived it in Illinois when we had Republicans in charge. But I'm optimistic that the nation will have a chance to play out on the national stage the story of restoration that we are writing here in the Prairie State. Ours is a story that doesn't have a cult telling us what to believe, or sycophants telling us what to say, or a king telling us what to do. You know, the last time this country faced an existential threat as a nation, well, we were guided by the values of someone who we all in the state of Illinois elected, a son of Illinois, Abraham Lincoln. He brought us together as a nation. And today, the face of a national politics of division, cruelty, and extremism, well, it needs to be stopped, and it can only be stopped by people like the people of Illinois who give hope to the nation by virtue of what we have achieved. Democrats in Illinois show what's possible when we set off on a new course, resolute in the cause of effectuating the goal of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for our people. That kind of change derives not from a blind faith in the inevitability of a better tomorrow, but a fierce belief in our ability to put the hard work in to make it so. That's what Illinois is all about. That's what Illinois Democrats are all about. A decade ago, Donald Trump descended that tacky golden escalator and began his assault on America. Now the lives and livelihoods of working families, the middle class, and the most vulnerable are under siege. Our democracy, our very democracy, is on the line. So to anyone wondering who's going to fight for them, well, look to your left, look to your right. The hero of this story isn't coming from somewhere else. It's you. It's Illinois Democrats. It's each and every one of you. So I got to ask you, Illinois Democrats, are you ready for the fight? Are you ready for the fight? Let's go get them. Thank you all very much. If Donald Trump was actually serious about fighting crime in cities like Chicago, he, along with his congressional Republicans, would not be cutting over $800 million in public safety and crime prevention grants nationally, including cutting $158 million in funding to Illinois for violence prevention programs that deploy trained outreach workers to de-escalate conflict on our streets. Cutting $71 million in law enforcement grants to Illinois direct money for police departments through programs like Project Safe Neighborhoods, the state and local anti-terrorism training program, and the Rural Violent Crime Reduction Initiative. Cutting $137 million in child protection measures in Illinois that protect our kids against abuse and neglect. Trump is defunding the police. To the members of the press who are assembled here today and listening across the country, I am asking for your courage to tell it like it is. This is not a time to pretend here that there are two sides to this story. This is not a time to fall back into the reflexive crouch that I so often see, where the authoritarian creep by this administration is ignored in favor of some horse race piece on who will be helped politically by the president's actions. Donald Trump wants to use the military to occupy a U.S. city, punish his dissidents, and score political points. If this were happening in any other country, we would have no trouble calling it what it is, a dangerous power grab. Look at the people assembled before you today, behind me. This is a full cross-section of Chicago's leaders from the business world, the faith community, law enforcement, education, community organizations, and more. We sometimes disagree on how to effectively solve the many challenges that our state and our city face on a daily basis. But today we are standing here united, in public, in front of the cameras, unafraid to tell the president that his proposed actions will make our jobs harder and the lives of our residents worse. Earlier today in the Oval Office, Donald Trump looked at the assembled cameras and asked for me personally to say, "Mr. President, can you do us the honor of protecting our city?" Instead, I say, "Mr. President, do not come to Chicago." You are neither wanted here nor needed here. Your remarks about this effort over the last several weeks have betrayed a continuing slip in your mental faculties and are not fit for the auspicious office that you occupy. Most alarming, you seem to lack any appropriate concern as our commander-in-chief for the members of the military that you would so callously deploy as pawns in your ever more alarming grabs for power. As a governor, I've had to make the decision in the past to call up members of the National Guard into active service. And I think it's worth taking a moment to reflect on how seriously I take that responsibility and on the many things that I consider before asking these brave men and women to leave their homes and their communities to serve in any capacity for us. As I've said many times in the past, members of the National Guard are not trained to serve as law enforcement. They are trained for the battlefield, and they're good at it. They're not trained to arrest people and read them their Miranda rights. They did not sign up for the National Guard to fight crime. And when we call them into service, we are reaching into local communities and taking people who have jobs and families away from their neighborhoods and the people who rely upon them. It is insulting to their integrity and to the extraordinary sacrifices that they make to serve in the Guard, to use them as a political prop, where they could be put in situations where they will be at odds with their local communities, the ones that they seek to serve. I know Donald Trump doesn't care about the well-being of the members of our military, but I do. And so do all the people standing here. So let me speak to all Illinoisans and to all Chicagoans right now. Hopefully the president will reconsider this dangerous and misguided encroachment upon our state and our city's sovereignty. Hopefully rational voices, if there are any left inside the White House or the Pentagon, will prevail in the coming days. If not, we are going to face an unprecedented and difficult time ahead. But I know you, Chicago, and I know you are up to it. When you protest, do it peacefully. Be sure to continue Chicago's long tradition of nonviolent resistance. Remember that the members of the military and the National Guard who will be asked to walk these streets are, for the most part, here unwillingly. And remember that they can be court-martialed and their lives ruined if they resist deployment. Look to the members of the faith community standing behind me today for guidance on how to mobilize. To my fellow governors across the nation who would consider pulling your National Guards from their duties at home to come into my state against the wishes of its elected representatives and its people, you would be failing your constituents and your country. Cooperation and coordination between our states is vital to the fabric of our nation, and it benefits us all. Any action undercutting that and violating the sacred sovereignty of our state to cater to the ego of a dictator will be responded to. The state of Illinois is ready to stand against this military deployment with every peaceful tool we have. We will see the Trump administration in court. We will use every lever at our disposal to protect the people of Illinois and their rights. Finally, to the Trump administration officials who are complicit in this scheme, to the public servants who have forsaken their oath to the Constitution to serve the petty whims of an arrogant little man, to any federal official who would come to Chicago and try to incite my people into violence as a pretext for something darker and more dangerous, we are watching and we are taking names. This country has survived darker periods than the one that we're going through right now, and eventually the pendulum will swing back, maybe even next year. Donald Trump has already shown himself to have little regard for the many acolytes that he has encouraged to commit crimes on his behalf. You can delay justice for a time, but history shows you cannot prevent it from finding you eventually. If you hurt my people, nothing will stop me, not time or political circumstance, from making sure that you face justice under our constitutional rule of law. As Dr. King once said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Humbly, I would add, it doesn't bend on its own. History tells us we often have to apply force needed to make sure that the arc gets where it needs to go. This is one of those times. I look forward to taking your questions in a few minutes, but first, I'd like to hand over our podium to Mayor Brandon Johnson. Mayor? I'm sorry, I need to call it on somebody new. Yeah. Well, one thing that we're trying to make clear to the entire United States is that this is a great city. Look at how beautiful this city is. This city is moving in the right direction on crime. That we have been, in fact, over the last 4 years, we have seen homicides drop in half. And that is something that the President of the United States should pay attention to. I know he doesn't read. I know he doesn't listen to very many people, but I know he watches television. And so perhaps if somebody from Fox News or from Newsmax is here, they'll cover the fact that Chicago is in much better shape as a result of the work that we are doing to prevent crime, to interrupt crime, to reduce crime, to increase the number of police. Our state police are up during my time in office. I want the president to understand that we do not want troops on the ground in the city of Chicago. Neither do the people of Chicago or the people of the state.
So, like ICE sending them the 101st Airborne to get the Arkansas National Guard out of the way of allowing black students to get an education at Little Rock Central High School, there are certain Chicagoans who feel that Trump's threat to send the troops to Chicago is the only solution to getting the theatrical politics out of the way of making them feel safe in Chicago. So what do you have to offer
There is not an emergency in the city of Chicago. There is nothing that calls for having troops on the streets of the city of Chicago. We have crime like other cities do. But let's be clear, we are actually in better shape than the 30 biggest cities across the United States. We're in better shape on average, and it is important to recognize that the President of the United States is doing this for theatrics. This is not because we've asked for it. It is not because there is some justice that he is going to seek. It is because he wants to create chaos. That is all this is about.
Does the report about Great Lakes perhaps being the initial staging ground, does that suggest to you that it's more likely than not that the Guard is actually going to come?
You know, at this point, so much of it is rumor. Even things that we're hearing through our office, people calling who are not calling in their official capacity to let us know what's going on. We only know so much. Right now, it's hard to tell. We haven't seen troop movements yet. We also haven't seen any call up of our National Guard, but we are on guard, hoping that that does not happen. And very importantly, trying to send a message to the White House and to the members of the Congress and the Republican Party that the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois, I want to point out the state of Illinois is 19th best among the 50 states in terms of violent crime. In other words, we're in the best half of all the states in terms of violent crime. And we've been working very hard to make that happen. And the city of Chicago isn't even in the top 25 major cities with high crime rates because we've worked to bring it down. We got more work to do. Every death is a tragedy. Every crime that's committed is a tragedy. And we need to protect our families and help the victims of violent crime. But Donald Trump has defunded the programs that would help us most to make sure that we're interrupting violence and also providing the kind of coordination between federal law enforcement and state law enforcement, the resources that are necessary for doing that. That's a real shame. And it's Donald Trump that is defunding the police. It is not the state of Illinois. It's not the city of Chicago. It's Donald Trump doing that.
About the reports that Great Lakes will be the staging for not just the Guard, but perhaps federal agencies that might be here.
Well, great reporting on the part of our journalists. I want to be clear, we have received no calls from the White House, from the federal government, from anybody who might be in charge of some sort of troop movement. So we're glad to have read about it, but would rather have had some direct communication. They don't seem to want to communicate at all. And that's odd, because it sounds like what they're trying to do is to march right over local police. You know, we used to hear that the President of the United States supported local police. We support local police, but now it appears that he wants to ignore them altogether and just do whatever, well, he has a whim about on that day.
Governor.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you. Really thrilled to be here. This is one of the big projects in Southern Illinois, one of several. Actually, earlier today at yet another announcement where we brought in a new investment, a company called Manor Polymers in Mount Vernon. And this is another really proud project that's come to fruition right here in Shawneetown Port. And so many people engaged in this, from the Skates family to all the folks that have been, frankly, keeping this port alive for so long now, having done a great job of convincing us in Springfield of the importance of this. We're going to be able to deliver something great for the area. So happy to take any questions from any of you.
Currently illegally or violated state law, transferring two men into ICE custody. Are you worried about that happening in any other counties in the state?
Always worried about, especially someone in law enforcement breaking the law, and that's what he's done. So it's something that we've spoken with the Attorney General about. It's always a challenge, you know, an elected sheriff who's not following the Constitution, not following the laws of the state of Illinois. So, you know, I think that's something that we're going to be evaluating how to address. But to be clear, there's no member of law enforcement that should be breaking the law.
We've seen a lot about what's going on in Chicago with the president's decisions up there. Are there any concerns about impacts downstate, or that might spread down here?
Well, yeah, let me just be clear that when the President of the United States is not following the Constitution, when the President of the United States is going to break the law, there's a law called Posse Comitatus that keeps the President from calling troops into an American city unless there is an insurrection. That's not happening in Chicago. That should be a concern to everybody throughout the state of Illinois and frankly all over the country. If the president wants to help us, he should help us hire more police. I've done that as governor, but we should absolutely be promoting more police hiring in cities like Chicago and all across the state. He ought not be taking money away from violence prevention programs that the federal government had been funding, but now they're taking that money away. And by the way, why are they doing that? Why is he defunding the police? Because he wants to give major tax breaks to the wealthiest people in this country. It's not right. He needs to be called out on it. I'm doing that. I hope more people will as well. Yeah.
Today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt called you out saying the crime rate is, quote, part of your legacy. President Trump's administration also reportedly using a nearby base for preparations. What is your reaction to that news today, and has the Trump administration been in contact with you yet at all about these plans?
The Trump administration has not contacted me at all whatsoever. Nobody in my administration. They're just looking to invade the city of Chicago, not coordinate with law enforcement, who they ought to be coordinating with, not coordinating with the state of Illinois, the governor, or the mayor of the city. This is a part of his plan to do something really nefarious, which is to interfere with elections in 2026. He wants to have troops on the ground to stop people from voting, to intimidate people from going to the voting booth. So take note. That is what this is all about. Now, just stepping back, the president, and let's talk about the press secretary for the president, doesn't seem to understand that it's actually Republican states that have the crime problem. That of the 20 states that have the biggest crime problem, 13 of them are red states controlled by Republican governors. Why is he choosing? In fact, of those 20 states, we're at the bottom. Why is he choosing that over going after a red state that voted for him, rather than a blue state that didn't vote for him? We understand why. He is a partisan. He's somebody who believes in attacking people who didn't vote for him. When you're president of the United States, just like when you're governor of the state of Illinois, you represent all the people after the election. Your job is to deliver for Republicans and Democrats alike. That's not what this president has done. Instead, he's attacking Democrats. He's attacking Democratic states. We're going to do our best to push back. I think I've been doing that loudly. Other Democratic governors and senators have been doing so. But I'm proud of this state. This president does not understand that we actually have a declining crime rate. In the city of Chicago, it's gone down. For example, the homicide rate in the city of Chicago over the last 4 years, down 50%. I mean, that's more than most of the big cities in Republican-led states. So proud of the work that's being done. We've got more to do. We've got crime on the streets. Any person that gets killed or hurt is a victim of crime, is somebody that we ought to be addressing the challenges for. And we're doing that every day. But the way to do it is with police officers, not with troops.
So this one's in regards to education. So with the funding being released late this year to some schools in the area for Illinois, when the budget coming up for the federal government in September, are there things that you guys are looking at in Illinois to make sure that schools are covered going into the next year?
Yeah, you're talking about the cuts that Trump has and the MAGA Republicans have put in place as a result of the budget that they passed. I want everybody to understand the federal government provides billions of dollars to the state of Illinois every year to support education, as they do every state in the country. Now they're taking money away from education. That money is not replaceable by the state. It's too much money. We don't have billions of dollars laying around to fill the void that is being left by the federal administration. So we're going to do everything that we can to support our schools in every way we can. As governor, just in the last 6.5 years, I've increased funding for our local schools, K-12 schools, by $2.5 billion. That's a lot. It's more than any other governor in the history of the state of Illinois. I believe that we should be building up our K-12 education system, supporting our teachers, supporting our students, and very importantly, supporting the parents. And so I've been doing that. The current president of the United States does not care about folks. He's taking that money away, and it's going to be a real challenge until he leaves office.
Last question.
Hi.
Governor, there are a number of Illinois counties that have voted to join Indiana. That plan seems to be kind of going in motion. Is there anything that you have to say about that and your thoughts on that?
Look, I think partisans and people who don't support the fact that this is mostly a Democratic state are looking for any way to get attention. And so they talk about and push the idea that somehow counties in Illinois are going to leave, get up and join another state. That's not going to happen. That's not how it works. If they really want to get involved, they should actually show up, vote, make sure that their voices are heard. I've done that my whole life. I think I've been in areas, lived in areas that were Republican controlled as a Democrat. You got to speak up. You got to talk to people. I listen to Republicans all the time. You have a state senator here, Dale Fowler, who's been a partner of mine in bringing economic development to the area, bringing more investment in our state parks. And we've worked closely together. We believe in, that roads, state parks, these are not partisan endeavors. These are bipartisan things that everybody needs, no matter what party you belong to. So I'm going to continue to act in that fashion. And, I'm sorry that people want to make a spectacle of themselves by claiming that they're going to leave the state. Look, if you want to leave the state, I would like you to stay. I'd like you to get involved and make it a better place by working together with us. But if you want to leave, then get up and move. And there's no chance that you're going to pick up a county and have it join another state.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go ahead.
You mentioned that you have been concerned that this was the charges targeted because of Mexican the Mexican Independence Day festivities. Can you speak to any precautions that you're advising for those organizations that are planning those events, or any kind of conversation that you're having about this?
We're learning more about it. It's been mentioned as some of the aim of Stephen Miller. I have not heard that yet from ICE, but we know that what Stephen Miller wants to have happen with ICE is usually what happens. So we're deeply concerned about it. No doubt the mayor, our state police, our CPD, all are going to be on guard, thinking about how do we preserve the lives of and the livelihoods of and protect the people of the city of Chicago in a circumstance where they're simply celebrating their heritage. They shouldn't be interrupted in this way. This is an aim of this government. They don't actually care if you're here and undocumented. They just care if your skin color is a little off of theirs and that you're Latino. They're going to just target you without knowing anything. By the way, does anybody in this room walk around with citizenship papers? I mean, really, none of us have citizenship papers on us. So the question is, they're going after these people, rounding people up, throwing them into vans without telling their families, without reading them their rights, taking them off the streets in masks, in unmarked cars. I mean, this is what's happening in the streets of the nation. And what we need to do is step back and ask, is this president following the law and what he's doing? Is ICE following the law? And all of us need to speak up and speak out about the assault on just regular residents who are following the law, who are going to work, paying their taxes, who've been around in our city for 10, 20, 30 years. We ought to be protecting those people. And if they want to celebrate Mexican Independence Day, they ought to be able to do that without being terrorized by ICE. Yeah, Olivia. Marianne.
From your initial comments about Charlie Kirk and your comments again today, there was been some pushback from Republicans. Some said they would like to file articles of impeachment. They were so upset with what you had to say. Some might even perceive these comments today as a sorry, but you're still blaming President Trump, and they're going to say this is not the appropriate time.
Anyone who is fomenting attacks, anyone who is saying things that, especially in this moment, right, when we should have calm, when we should have someone at the top who is asking people to take a step back, anyone who's doing that deserves criticism. And I think it's incumbent upon me as the leader of this state to tell people that we need to act with calm in this moment, that people need to act peacefully in this moment.
You have called Republicans Nazis.
No, I have not. That is completely false. I have never called Republicans Nazis.
I'm glad you cleared that up because there are some.
Well, that's what they'd like to say. They're lying. They're lying.
I'm going to ask you to ask you that.
Well, that's not what I called them.
But are you as well, by not just saying, by not just calling out political violence and ending it, by you also criticizing, are you fomenting?
No, look, we can be critical of one. This is a democracy. We can be critical of one another. We can belong to different political parties and have different views and act in a peaceful fashion. I have always advocated that if one is to protest, they should protest peacefully. I've always advocated that you should speak out, use your megaphones, your microphones, stand on a soapbox to do so, go to the ballot box. Those are all the ways that in politics we act. That's the way I've always known that we act in political life in the United States. And yet now we see, that there are people who not only act violently, but those who encourage that kind of violence. And in this, especially in this moment, we should be asking people to instead call for calm. And that's what I'm doing. I think that's what our leaders should be doing across the board.
There was a couple days to review some of the images that come out from the ICE shooting at Central Park. What is your impression of how that went down?
Well, we need more information. We've asked ICE for all of the information around it. They have given very little. I know that there is an ICE agent who was taken to the hospital. Don't currently know that person's condition, don't exactly know what the injuries were or exactly from what. But it's important for us to know that, as well as what were the circumstances that were leading them to pursue this person in the way that they did. This is somebody who, as I understand, was on their way home, perhaps, from dropping their children off at daycare. We don't exactly know what all the circumstances were, so it's hard for me to make comments about it. But the important thing is we should have transparency, just like, there's frustration over people wearing masks and throwing people into vans in a way that does not seem American to me. It does not seem constitutional to me. We now see that ICE is unwilling to share the details of what has happened. If this were the Chicago Police Department, if this were the Sheriff's Office in Cook County, if this were Illinois State Police, you would have had a lot more information already released. But apparently ICE is unwilling to provide the transparency that I think the American public and the public here deserves.
Would you call for the Illinois State Police to have some added investigation to this report?
Well, if, again, this is the federal government, we don't have the ability to have state or local resources focused on investigating the federal law enforcement agencies. But, again, this is the most unusual situation I've seen in my entire lifetime, where we have no transparency and the federal government is not policing itself. Even the offices of inspector generals are being, dismantled under this administration. So we may never really know what the truth is. Of what? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Yeah, good all. Yeah. Yes. I literally am just hearing this, but I will say, look, I think of her as a scientist, an explorer, somebody who has cared deeply about the environment, so I know what a loss it is. I have to say, she has lived a very full life, and so I always think about somebody who's done so much in their lifetime and lived a reasonably long time. And I think, on the one hand, we ought to be mourning our loss of them in this world, and also celebrating their lives, because she has inspired so many other people to go into the field she was in, but also just as a very, very successful person, successful woman, and in her lifetime, overcoming a lot of barriers that women had in front of them many years ago and still have in front of them now. Rose.
Why it's okay to use the National Guard to protect the DNC desks, but not to protect the legal rights of citizens?
Well, first, they should stay the hell out of Illinois. I've been very clear about that. We do not need troops from some other place being sent into the state of Illinois, or any troops, to be honest with you. Although I have to say, I have great affection for the Illinois National Guard. They do excellent work. They are trained to protect not only the state of Illinois, but the United States. And they are sent abroad to do that. They are trained as soldiers. And instead, they're being conscripted into something that would make them something like a police officer. And yet they don't have the training to back that up. They have amazing training, but not to be on the street making arrests or doing crowd control. I have. I've been very clear to Governor Abbott, not the first time, as you know. But I have been very clear that he should withdraw his approval of the president calling up his Texas National Guard. And again, Governor Abbott should stay the hell out of Illinois' business. Yeah, sir, in the back. I haven't looked at it, to be honest with you, and what I know is that we want to be able to protect the people of the state of Illinois, and all of the efforts, whether it's by mayors or by the governor, are really aimed at exactly that. So, thank you all very much. Jacob.
I've heard you describe, excuse me for 1 second, sir. I've heard you describe today the presence of the federal law enforcement here as illegal and unconstitutional. You have said it's a pretext for the invocation of the Insurrection Act. You have said you'll use all authorities at your disposal as the governor of the state to push back on this. And I just heard you talk about your control of the state police here. Beyond legal challenges, what does that push back against the potential invocation of the Insurrection Act look like? Would you order the state police to arrest or detain federal officials or stand in the way of federal law?
No, we follow the law in Illinois. We follow the law. Unlike Donald Trump, we follow the law. We have made sure that, again, under state law, that we've provided funding for programs so that people know their rights, so that they can protect themselves. That's first and foremost. We've made sure that we've pleaded with the public to take action by using their phones to videotape anything and everything that they see. We want to make sure that that's recorded. It's why we were able to even show some video here today. And again, beyond going to court, we have encouraged people to shop at small businesses, to help out your neighbors. We provided support for those children who've been traumatized and for their families by those attacks. But it is the courts, in the end, that are going to have to rule on whether or not Donald Trump has the ability to call up National Guard from another state or from our state. The job of our state police, the mission that they've been given, is to keep the people who are in Broadview and who are protesting safe from ICE, who have been firing gas pellets at people when they've been peacefully protesting.
Does it mean to keep them safe? Does it mean to physically stop ICE agents from doing those types of activities?
Again, we follow the law. There are federal agents following what their orders are. We have our state police following my orders and the orders of the director of the state police. Sorry, yeah, I think Sarah in the back.
Kind of a follow-up to that.
Yeah.
On Tuesday, as you know, on the southeast side, ICE agents deployed pepper spray after people threw eggs and rocks. So do you think that type of scene and chaos just gives the president, for the lack of a better word, more ammunition to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look, anybody who's protesting and not doing so peacefully and is committing a crime in doing so shouldn't be, should be held accountable for their acts. And that you saw this in the decision of a judge this morning in her TRO case, that she's seen all the reports, as all of us have. They take one small circumstance and they blow it up into as if this is all of Chicago or it's happening everywhere. We have so many peaceful protesters and so many places that people are protesting peacefully in neighborhoods. You're going to see it on Saturday in Grant Park. And so the idea that there's any justification for people, tossing tear gas in the context of people's protests, I think the judge reacted to that properly by ordering that now the federal agents are required to have body cameras on them because they clearly lie about what goes on. You saw this in the case of Silverio, who was killed in Franklin Park. You saw this in the case of the woman who was shot in her car. They put out a press release immediately at Homeland Security that doesn't reflect the truth. And it's hard for us to know right away what the truth is. So it takes us a couple of days. Often it's some of you in the reporter community and the media that discover what the truth is and talk to people who are on the ground. And then what do you know? It turns out they've been lying all along. So I'm glad that the judge is stepping up, doing the right thing. I think we're going to see more cases brought against ICE and CBP. And of course, we're going to continue our effort to keep the military off of the streets of Chicago and across America. Thank you.
Federal cuts to the Department of Veterans Affairs as well as to programs that benefit aging populations across the board. What are you doing now, and what are you able to do in the future to ensure that veterans are taken care of in the state of Illinois?
Well, in the state, if you're a veteran, you have the ability to come to a veterans home to live. So there's no, the federal dollars are really a side matter to the question of whether we are going to welcome and invite our veterans to stay at our veterans homes. But as you know, being able to provide the services that our veterans need outside of their living quarters and, of course, the services that they get right here is a challenge if you don't have the providers out there being reimbursed by the federal government or being supported by the federal government. So I'm deeply concerned. I mean, I've seen a facility close in northern Illinois already, and I think that you're going to see, unfortunately, more of that if we don't see a restoration of those dollars to the Veterans Administration in Washington.